Do you want their attention, Ann?
Yeah, you might want
Hey.
to tell them over here.
She will help you.
Fellas, if you, a lot of times they come over here. That might be better so you can see.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, right there. Those two ladies really want to be on camera. They've mentioned it to me already.
Good evening, good folks. Welcome to the City of Muskegon City Commission General Session for this January 24th of 2023. We will have two public comment periods. One's at the beginning or towards the beginning of our meeting, which is on any agenda item. And then we'll also have a public comment period at the end of the meeting, which is just general public comment. If you want to speak on something that already happened during the meeting, or if there's another item that you wish to speak on, you may do so. If you'd like to address the City Commission during a public comment period, you may complete the comment form that's at the back of the room and submit that to our City Clerk and Mish over there. On the form, please provide your name, home address, and the topic on which you'll be speaking. When it's your time to speak, I will acknowledge you and you'll come to the podium and provide your name and give your remarks. Note, I will not share your address publicly, nor will I ask you to announce your address before public comment. Throughout our commission meeting, let's maintain decorum and remain respectful of one another. Visitors to our meeting should refrain from making remarks from the audience and instead are welcome to sign up to give public comment at the podium when called upon. Now, before we get into the business of our meeting, we are going to first be led in prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get into the business of tonight's meeting. We are going to be led in prayer by Pastor Tara Foreman, joining us from the Bethany Church. If you care to join us in prayer and or the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand if you're so able to do so.
Let us pray. God, thank you for this incredible city we call home, for the gift of natural resources, our lakes, beaches, dunes, and parks, for the land itself and its earliest known caretakers, the Ottawa and Potawatomi tribes. Thank you for the diverse culture and people represented in our city, for the variety of voices and perspectives, for the neighbors and leaders who choose to engage in our organizations, institutions, schools, businesses, restaurants, neighborhood associations, and community events. Thank you for all who make Muskegon home. Thank you for our children. May we teach them to be good citizens and provide them with a city they are proud to call their own. Thank you for these city leaders here tonight. Give them wisdom as they make decisions and consider outcomes in often complex situations. Help them to be good stewards of our resources. Help them to find joy in the work, hope for a prosperous and peaceful future, and care, concern, and provision for our most vulnerable. In the name of the Holy One to whom we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Foreman. And we have roll call, please.
Commissioner Hood,
Here.
Commissioner Ramsey,
Here.
Vice Mayor German,
Here.
Commissioner Gorman,
Here.
Commissioner Emery,
Here.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Here.
Mayor Johnson.
Here. We are all in attendance and assembled. All right, first up we have honors, awards, and presentations, and we have a special resolution recognizing and honoring a very special person. Commissioners, before we get into reading this resolution, do have just a little bit of business to tend to, and I would entertain a motion to recognize Connie Navarro by designating Walton Avenue from Terrace to Pine Streets as Connie Navarro Way.
So move.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Mayor German, supported by Commissioner Ramsey. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ramsey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander.
Good evening. Dave Alexander, Business Development Manager. Mayor, Commissioners, Manager, It's with a heavy heart, but much gratitude that I make this introduction to you today. You have a resolution to honor and recognize Connie Navarro on the passing of this beloved community leader. Joining us today are Connie's husbands, Angel Luis Navarro, daughter Angelita Navarro Valdez, family and friends. On a personal note, the Alexanders and the Navarros for about a decade called, for us, Our Lady of Grace Catholic Church, our spiritual home. And I was Angelita's junior volleyball coach back at Muskegon Catholic Central. That was a couple years ago, wasn't it? But Mayor Johnson, I'm pleased to welcome Angel Luis and Angelita to the podium.
We're going to be reading this resolution in English and in Spanish, and we have Penny Barrio, who's going to be presenting it in Spanish for us. This is a resolution on the designation of City Street in honor of Irina Connie Navarro.
Esta designación de calle de la ciudad en honor de Irene Connie Navarro.
Whereas the City of Muskegon wishes to recognize and honor the late Irina Connie Navarro.
Por cuanto la ciudad de Muskegon desea reconocer y honrar a la fallecida Irene Connie Navarro.
And whereas Connie Navarro was a community leader, a Latino champion, civil rights giant, small business owner, social agency worker, a volunteer, a wife, a mother, and a friend of countless Muskegon citizens.
Por cuanto Connie Navarro fue una líder comunitaria, campeona latina, gigante de los derechos civiles, propietario de una pequeña empresa, trabajadora de una agencia social, voluntaria, esposa, madre y amiga de innumerables ciudadanos de Muskegon.
And whereas Connie Navarro was born in Round Rock, Texas, and moved to Muskegon during World War II as a migrant worker, settling in the Muskegon project called La Colonia, and marrying the love of her life, husband Angel Luis Navarro, in 1964, having 3 children.
Por cuanto Connie Navarro nació en Round Rock, Texas, y se mudó a Muskegon durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial como trabajadora migrante, viviendo en el proyecto de Muskegon llamado La Colonia y casándose con su amor de vida, su esposo Ángel Luis Navarro, en 1964. Tenía 3 hijos.
And whereas a graduate of Muskegon High School, Connie Navarro was instrumental in the family business Navarro's Mexican Takeout in Muskegon Heights, which continues today by the family after more than 40 years.
Considerando que Connie Navarro, un graduado de Muskegon High School, jugó un papel decisivo en el negocio familiar de Navarro's Mexican Takeout en Muskegon Heights, que continúa hoy en la familia después de más de 40 años.
And whereas Connie Navarro worked for the Muskegon County Department of Social Services and other local agencies, helping Mexican Americans with basic human services and providing bilingual assistance in healthcare and educational institutions, leaving a legacy of bridging the Latino and Anglo communities.
Por cuanto Connie Navarro trabajó en el Departamento de Servicios Sociales del Condado de Muskegon y otras agencias locales ayudando a los mexicanos americanos con servicios humanos básicos, brindando asistencia bilingüe en instituciones educativas y de atención médica, dejando un legado de unir a las comunidades latina y anglo.
And whereas Connie Navarro served her community through Our Lady of Grace Catholic Church and the nonprofit Latinos Working for the Future, which she co-founded with her husband.
Por cuanto Connie Navarro sirvió a la comunidad a través de la Iglesia Católica Nuestra Señora de Gracia y la organización sin fines de lucro Latinos Working for the Future, que ella fundió con su esposo.
And whereas Connie Navarro was in her final years co-authored an historical book, A New Home in Michigan, the Mexican American experience in Muskegon,
por cuanto Connie Navarro en sus últimos años fue coautora de un libro histórico, Un nuevo hogar en Michigan, la experiencia mexicana estudiantil en Muskegon.
and whereas over her life, Connie Navarro received prestigious awards for her community leadership and service from Muskegon Community College, the Muskegon Rotary Club, Black Women's Political Caucus, the Muskegon Women's Club, Michigan State University, and Grand Valley State University, among so many other institutions.
Por cuanto a lo largo de su vida, Connie Navarro recibió prestigiosos premios por su liderazgo comunitario y servicio de Muskegon Community College, Muskegon Rotary Club, Black Women's Political Caucus, Muskegon's Women's Club, Michigan State Universidad y Grand Valley Universidad, entre otros.
And whereas Connie Navarro was a trailblazer who touched thousands of lives by fighting for justice, inclusion, and diversity, and for making sure all voices were heard and everyone's experience was valued.
Por cuanto Connie fue una pionera que tocó miles de vidas y luchó por la justicia. Ella fue una persona que peleó por la inclusión y diversidad y por asegurarse de que todos fueran escuchados, todas las voces y sus valores fueran experiencias de todos.
And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Muskegon City Commission honors and recognizes Connie Navarro by designating Walton Avenue from Terrace to Pine Streets as Connie Navarro Way.
Ahora, por lo tanto, se resuelve la Comisión de la Ciudad de Muskegon a honrar y reconocer a Connie Navarro y designar Walton Avenue desde Terrace hasta Pine Street como Connie Navarro Way. Thank you to the commissioners.
Yes, thank you, commissioners in the city of Muskegon, and to our mayor, Ken Johnson. My mother was amazing, and her legacy will continue as we show light and love in all the work that we do and the lives that we touch. So I ask you to continue the honor and legacy of my mother through your work because she loved Muskegon.
It is our honor and privilege to celebrate and recognize the wonderful woman that Connie was and the powerful and continuing impact of her legacy on our community through her family, her friends, and the truly countless number of folks who have been touched by and benefited from knowing Connie. Next up, we have a presentation on our new mental health crisis team. Welcome, Director Kozel.
All right. Good evening. Just going to take a short moment and I'm going to pass the baton to the people who are doing the work. I'd like to thank the commission, Mayor, Vice Mayor, for allowing us to be here just to introduce our newest member to our team, who's going to be embedded within our police department as a social worker in the LEAD program. I'd like to introduce the three, I guess, Officer McKee and Michelle and Heather to come up to the podium, and I'd like to have Heather give a few comments about the program itself. Heather and Captain Zonabelt were the lead in this and getting this together along with the state police for this grant, and then Officer McKee is going to be the one that will be working with Michelle on a daily basis during the week, so I'll let them give some comments.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Heather Wiegand, and I'm a clinical manager at Health West. And we have had at Health West a program called the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program since 2021. But in the recent months, we partnered with the Michigan State Police with some funding through a COSAP project, the Bureau of Justice Administration, to do a LEAD expansion program. And what that means is we have designated some target community areas, the city of Muskegon being one of them, city of Muskegon Heights, and the community of Norton Shores. In this community, the team behind me, and we're going to let them get up here and introduce themselves, will become City of Muskegon's co-responding team with a full-time crisis response officer and a full-time licensed professional counselor that can help to address the needs of this community for any person having a behavioral health crisis, but in particularly those individuals who are struggling with chronic addiction. And they together will help bridge individuals into the right doors of care that they need.
Just to introduce myself real quick, I'm Officer Andy McKee. Been an officer total for about 12 years, 6 here at the City of Muskegon, 2 years as a CIT trained officer. So this is a brand new thing for us, so excited to see where it goes. Like I said, it's just starting out, so but really excited to help the community with this program. So
Wonderful, thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Pouch. I'm a licensed professional counselor for Health West. My new position title is police clinician. I will be working alongside my partner, Officer McKee, responding to calls in the community that are called into 911, any behavioral health crisis that is called into 911, any call that has individuals with substance use. And my job is to help provide them get connected to services, provide therapy, case management, figuring out kind of where their needs are and being that liaison between law enforcement and mental health and getting them the services they need and help supporting them through that process. Yeah.
Excellent.
So I just wanted to jump back in here. Officer McKee introduced himself as a CIT trained officer. That's a story for another day, maybe for this council, but CIT stands for Crisis Intervention Team. And here in Muskegon County, all of our municipalities, all of our law enforcement communities, and many partners have come together, and we're working very diligently to increase the effectiveness of our crisis response system here in Muskegon. So to date, we have over 100 individuals trained in 40 hours of specialty mental health training, with the City of Muskegon Police Department ranking pretty high in the number of officers who have been through that. And we are so appreciative of their partnership and the engagement that they've had to make real change here in our community. So thank you again for having us.
Wonderful. And thank you for sharing those insights as to how that's happening across the county. And I'm so happy to hear that we are an active participant. And I think Director Colzo has shared with the commission before that his goal is to get our 100% of our police force trained in that crisis intervention. Do you have additional remarks or info to share with us?
That is correct. I know that in a discussion with a couple of the commissioners, you'd always like to see some feedback, some data, as to how this program goes. And we're hopeful after this year, we'll be able to come back. I'll be able to come back to the commission and at least provide how this has worked, and hopefully we can continue it on after this initial year. So I appreciate the time, and thank you to this group that will be heading this up. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you don't go anywhere. Commissioners might have questions,
Yes.
but thank you for your efforts in this important work. This is very important that we are collaborating, coordinating closely with our community mental health via Health West, and that we have that embedded provider, that service provider, working right alongside our law enforcement. So that's great, and like I said, looking forward to see how this works for the next year and how we can tweak it, improve it, and build on it. So very much appreciated. Commissioners, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief. This is an amazing and exciting opportunity, so thank you specifically to the three of you. I have two very simple questions. The police clinician, where do they live? Are they housed out of Health West, out of the hospital, or out of the offices here? Thank you for talking about the data, both the qualifying and the quantifying. Remember to collect it all. Those stories and those wins are what our neighbors are able to digest and what matters to them. Numbers all day are great, but how do we affect people's lives? And I had another question, but now I don't remember it, so we'll start there.
I think that she's employed through Health West,
Uh-huh.
but she will be here every day.
Yes.
She'll have a desk. She'll be right here.
You'll be cruising in the
in the
car.
bu- in the
3
building.
hours a
I
week.
love
Finding
the
people
building.
to support.
So
Always available.
And it feels like a true collaboration at that point, right? And
Yes.
she's not having to be sitting at a desk strap somewhere else and then meet somebody at a crisis point. It just makes it ugly for everybody. They can jump in a car like a TV show and go together and do all the things. I love that. Thank you so
So
much.
Michael, in follow up to that,
Yeah.
having a Health West team member who's a guest in another agency's home, we do also have a space for Michelle at Health West where she can come back and receive supervision and the support that she needs from Health West as well.
And take a breath, I would
Yes.
imagine.
And
Respite if
Andy is
nothing else,
welcome
yeah.
there also.
Wonderful.
There we go. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner Hood.
Yes. What would be the officer's main hours?
sorry, the
What would
officers
be
Hours.
the base hours?
come to an agreement with you, Officer.
Well, it's going to be a combination of different hours and weekends. So generally, it's probably going to be mostly during a day shift time. There'll be times that we come and work nights. There'll be some weekends. So we're going to try to be available. It'll be mostly during the day, but also at night because when somebody's in crisis, it's not just during daytime. It's 24/7. So we'll be available.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out where the need is and offer our times kind of where the need is, where we see our referrals coming in the most, and making ourselves available. And the great thing about Health West too is we have a crisis team also, so that's another resource that officers and Andy and I, or Officer McKee and I, can utilize too. If say we're on a call and there's another call that comes in with another behavioral health crisis, we can deploy our crisis team through Health West to also be in response to have that.
Yeah, so Michelle and Andy, one of their key objectives is to help the police department and Health West understand how do we do a better job of utilizing all of our resources. So as you explained, the chief has a goal of 100% of his officers being crisis intervention team trained. And we have a goal at Health West to have a critical crisis response team that can partner. So these two folks are helping us to really learn together what are the needs of Muskegon and how do we tackle this as best effective partners we can be on a 24/7 schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood.
Sure.
Our social worker on the commission.
I will say that I am absolutely thrilled to see this. I am, full disclosure, a Health West employee in my day job. And I am just really excited to see this opportunity. I think that the potential for partnerships moving forward is incredible, and I feel like this is just a beginning. So, yay.
Excellent. Commissioners on this side of the dais, do you have any questions or comments at this time? Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just more of a comment. Thank you, Chief Kozel, for your leadership on partnership with Health West and the officers. This is so essential to the community. And with all the things we see in the news, the crisis, as the officer mentioned, I think it's so important that we have something in place so we can be proactive instead of reacting. And to have a program like this in a partnership for the city of Muskegon and our police department just shows that the community and the government here and cares about their community and how we want to make it safe but sustainable for everybody to live in a community and have a good quality of life. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner Emery or Commissioner Gorman? Anything to add or ask right now? All right. Thanks so much for being here tonight.
I just want to extend an invitation. Our next crisis intervention team training is April 10th, the week of April 10th. Any of you would be more than welcome to stop in, do some observation of what's being taught there to our first responder community. And if anyone has any additional questions about the LEAD program, don't hesitate to reach out to Officer McKee and Ms. Pouch. They'd be happy to answer additional questions for you at any time.
Wonderful. If you could get that information to Chief Kozel, and he can forward that to the commission so that we have that. Thanks so much. Take care and be well. All right, that brings us to public comment on agenda items. Separating our general public comment and agenda public comment. All right, there's still time to submit forms if you would like to do so. I hand that to our clerk down there at the end. First up, we have Lawrence Spataro joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks.
Thank you. The item I'm asking to discuss is the agreement with the Parkland Marina. I'm going to ask the City Commission to either table or vote no on the proposal before you for the following reasons. Over 20 years ago, the people of this community voted collectively to change the city charter to create charter parks, meaning that public parkland could not be sold without a vote of the people. And while not every park or every parcel of public access to the waterfront was included in that proposal, certainly the settlement and the will of the people of this community was strongly expressed by that action. In the proposal that was made that this is modifying, it's very concerning to me that in the conveyance of this property to SPX back in 1987, it included waterfront access in perpetuity. For that to be extinguished without public hearings, without public awareness, it certainly seems to defy what is of vital importance to the people of this community. It also sets a very, very dangerous precedent. For example, there is a new development before us, Adelaide Point, something I strongly support. And not the least of which is that the developer is negotiating to place over 3,000 linear feet of shoreline in public access along similar lines as this agreement with SPX back in 1987. If these kinds of agreements can be extinguished with a simple majority of the city commission, what value do they have? I mean, seriously, what value do they have? It's very, very disconcerting to think that without the kind of public hearings and notices that would normally go with a zone change or other similar actions, that a piece of public access to the water could be taken away. The other part of this is, based on what I've read in the newspaper, it does appear that the process for vacating a public street was not followed. So I would urge this to either be tabled or voted no on, and an agreement that maintained the 1970 or 87 agreement to maintain this as public access for the public in perpetuity, not be changed in any way. And if the street needs to be vacated for a development project, that the normal process for street vacation be followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spataro. Next up, we have Laura Swenson joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Hi. Good evening.
Thank you, and I'm going to try to make it brief.
There is a, just so you know, this is new. We've got time clock now, so you can help pace yourself and keep an eye on that. Not speaking on to you particularly. There's a general comment, Laura.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the opportunity once again to come and speak on behalf of myself, my neighbors, my community. Having access to our waterfront, I think, is incredibly special. Having lived in other parts of the country where we don't have water, or what water we have is very limited, the fact that we have not embraced our waterfront embarrasses me. And to see an area, this Parkland property, where before we could walk and watch and have a wonderful view of the lake, and to see that original intent, and the statement is, offered to the public as an open space, public use area, public area, to see a no trespassing sign. It's hard for me to understand that we would so easily give that up. And why does it matter that we invested millions of dollars, hundreds of hours? I've worked with the program. We've been able to bring about 1,000 people who've never been on the lake. The fact that we have many people in our own city who have limited experience with water safety, and to dismiss a public access site, I think we're going to be regretting that action 20, 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. Next up, we have Jamie Cross joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm just going to have 2 points on the agreement. The first one's about public access. I think it's pretty vague in the agreement about what the public access is, even with the recent updates. And I think that it is incredibly important to the community, and I assume the commission tonight, that what is defined in this agreement is extremely crystal clear. So I'm going to recommend, if you're going to move forward with any kind of agreement, to make sure that there's a map in there that actually shows where the access is located, and also that there's information about if it will be impeded by any of the operations that are proposed for this location. My second point is to the value of the property. So I'm really interested to know how you came up with the $25,000. After reading through the agreement, I see that if we put a building on site and we do some updates, all of a sudden it jumps for value. I argue that there is value in the property as it is now. So it's a 15-minute walk from my house in Nelson neighborhood. So I can enjoy the sunset, a break in my day. I like to walk. Perfect place to do that. And it's the only access point that's been open all the time that has panoramic views of Muskegon Lake in downtown. There's Heritage Landing, which is closed, cruise ships and festivals. So I think it's important for that thing. I would like you to think about, what if we called it Sunrise to Sunset Point? We held yoga on the end. You know, people, you could do Tai Chi and yoga, you had benches. You know, tours are becoming pretty popular in communities, and as a tourism thing, we could do tours on the lake, talk about the history. I want you to think about or imagine a couple that has just spent the entire day at Pierre Marquette Beach. They're sandy, they got, sunscreen on, they're visiting for the first time. They love it here. They come back to their hotel and they take a shower just to get the sand off and the sunscreen. And then they go out to eat, have a couple drinks, and they want to go back to Pierre Marquette for the sunset. But the GO bus is full, at least until after sunset. So this point is an access point. We don't market our assets here. Muskegon Lake is such a huge asset. We don't market it. I think we need to really think about what we're doing here. Places don't always need buildings or boats. They're just important and have value to the community in many ways because they're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Next up, we have Max McKee joining us from Grand Haven. Welcome, Mr. McKee. You have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks.
So, hey Larry, we agree. I'm here to address the Terrace Point Marina and the amendment that is in front of the commission today. So, transparency, public input, those are the themes the mayor stressed when he campaigned. So here we have public waterfront property that he and the city attorney are pushing hard to transfer to a private developer, without public notice, without public hearing, without public input. The mayor has pled that there would be no net loss of public waterfront access, that it would be made up for somehow. It's just not possible. The developer wants to advance his project, which hasn't been fully fleshed out or presented to the Planning Commission, on what was once public waterfront property. And now the mayor and city attorney are attempting to permanently cement a transfer of that property to this developer. I understand why the city attorney wants to do this. The first attempt to transfer the properties was seriously botched. He didn't do his job, and he needs to cover his egregious mistakes. Should have had a public hearing. It's right in the ordinance. Meanwhile, the mayor continues to push hard to give control of the property to a private developer and out of the public's hands, ironically and sadly, spending taxpayer funds to do so. Although given the strong opposition expressed thus far by the citizens, and given the mayor's concerns for optics, he may just decide to vote against this amendment tonight, which he championed. The fact is, there's some serious flaws in this agreement that can never be overcome without greatly reducing the public waterfront access that once was. Commissioners, when this all started over 2 years ago, you weren't fully informed, and certainly the public wasn't fully informed. There's still so many unknowns and ambiguities. What's certain is there'll be greatly reduced waterfront access for your citizens. First, the city needs to decide if it wants a 200 to 300 boat storage building up to 50 feet high on the waterfront, and sizable forklifts, plural, carrying those boats continuously crossing over what is waterfront land deeded forever to the public. All this resulting in uncertain and undefined public waterfront access. Even the revision, uncertain and undefined. And today, we find out that the developer is seeking a permit for a gas dock. Just came out today from Eagle. I've got copies. Were you told of a gas dock? I don't think so. What else is coming down the pike? At any rate, as our attorney noted, nothing like watching the sunset with a fresh smell of diesel in the air.
Thank you, Mr. McKee.
The city decides
Thank you, Mr. McKee.
they want all.
That is your time, Mr. McKee. I appreciate you joining us tonight.
Yeah.
You may speak again under general public
We've
comment
offered to stay the proceedings before. The city
Mr.
turned
McKee.
it down. That offer still
Mr.
stands.
McKee.
If the city decides
Mr.
with what
McKee.
they want, all we're
If
asking
you
is for
continue,
the
I'm going to have
lawsuit
to ask
to
you to
go
be
through the
removed,
right
Mr.
procedures.
McKee.
That's all we're asking.
Your time is up.
Last sentence,
Your
Mayor.
time
This
is
one's
up,
for
Mr.
you.
McKee.
This one's for you.
Your time
The mayor and the
is
city
up.
attorney, my decent guess is that you better hope the commissioners vote this down because they will save you from further embarrassment.
Mr. McKee,
I'm done, Mayor.
respect
Hey,
our
Mayor.
hall.
Thank you. Hey,
And your
you
mischaracterization.
trespass on our
your
property and I can't go 30
mischaracterization-
seconds
your
more?
mischaracter-
You trespass on our property,
McKee,
Mayor? You
please-
trespassed on our
please
property.
sit
Our
down.
attorney wrote him a letter.
Mr.
We'll get that
McKee,
one out.
Please
Yeah.
sit down. Thank you for joining us, Mr. McKee. So we are asking, and it's been it's been emphasized by this commission that we will respect the clock. I've been asked to respect that clock and make sure the people that speak are not going over. That's why we've added this clock recently, in order to ensure that, because we want to be respectful of everybody's time on this dais, as well as in the audience and those watching at home. And so that's why I am going to be more of a stickler about the clock. So thank you again, Mr. McKee, and your mischaracterizations of my positions will be addressed at a subsequent time. Moving on. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed for separate consideration, and deliberation, and vote? Oh, that's all the public comment that I have on this item. That's speaking on general public comment. Do you want, are you want to speak on an individual item on the agenda? Okay, well then, welcome. Kathy Evans joining us from Eggleston Township. You have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks.
That's going to be difficult. Kathy Evans.
I'm going to keep you at 3 minutes.
I know. Because I don't even know what I want to talk about. There's so many facets to this subject in general, from the whole lake and all the work we did to clean it up and restore it all those years, all those millions of dollars spent on it, and to think that now we have so many different developments that are good for the community, but at the same time, the way they're done could have a really bad effect, too, on the quality of the water and the recreational uses and the access to them. So I just want to remind you that with the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership, and a lot of groups like Grand Valley State University and others work together hard to identify the uses that are important to the community of the lake. There's a report on the website, muskegonlake.org, that talks about that. There's a survey that we had Grand Valley do of the residents to find out what they valued about access to the lake, the shoreline, what kind of uses they like, and what they would be willing to do to be good stewards, and all kinds of things. So we've just done a whole lot to figure out how we can create a better culture of, lake people. For many years, the residents in this community have been told, don't go to the lake, it's dirty, don't go to the lake, it's polluted. Well, it's not anymore. So now we have to do the things that we can do to make those public access sites more enjoyable and enhanced, so that the experiences that we can have down at the lake now are really supporting what the residents and the public wants. That's not to say they don't want some development, but of different sorts. But I'd hate to think that we spent, $80 million to clean up Muskegon Lake, to shut off public access and to have it just be private, and for those who can afford to, go to a restaurant or have a boat. That's not the thinking that went into this whole idea of cleaning up Muskegon Lake and getting it off the list of Great Lakes areas of concern. So, I have time, so let me think. So, let's work together more on that and think about the whole lake, the carrying capacity of the lake. We're inviting huge boats, fast boats, loud boats. How much can the lake handle and still have the integrity of the ecosystem intact? And not just, only, the public access, but also the quality of the resources that we've all worked so hard together to restore over the last 20 years. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Appreciate you joining us tonight, and always grateful for your engagement. Now,
Mayor, we do have the...
with phone-in. Yes,
phone-ins.
we've added a phone-in option,
Yes.
so that folks who are unable to make it here for whatever reason due to mobility challenges, or they got a hectic life, or they're a single parent, don't want to corral all their kids and bring them here, and so we wanted to make our meetings even more accessible. In addition to live streaming it on Facebook, YouTube, and Comcast Channel 96, our public access channel. So we put a phone number up on screen to invite folks to call in their comments as well.
It has been on for about 15 minutes and no one has called, and my understanding is the applicant, you're going to allow that call in later. Right?
Oh, yes, yes,
Okay.
for that item,
Yes.
because they're
So
party
otherwise
to
it
that
has
item.
been on for 15
Yes.
minutes, so we're good.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Well, then we have
You
no
know
one-
what? Now we just got a call.
All right, we have
Thank
a
you.
phone call.
Hi there. This is the city clerk's, the city commission. You have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Great. Ready now?
Yes.
You know, I'm listening to all the people, and I wish I was standing in the room with everybody who cares so much about this lake. And I agree so much with what Kathy just said about the carrying capacity and the quality of our lake. My fear is that this giant marina development is going to invite all of the huge boats that they keep talking about needing 3-axle trailers to get down to the lake. What kind of a lake do we want? I know they have always touted the fact that there was going to be kayak launch access next to Adelaide Point. I'd like to know who would want to launch a kayak amid these gigantic, cigar boats and huge 60 and 70-foot boats and the giant, forklift that's throwing boats in and out. I wager that this whole thing would destroy that whole area of the lake for kayaking, small boat use, and for mostly the whole lake is going to be full of this stuff. Our lake already feels full on many summer days. Look out on the 4th of July. There's boats everywhere, and it's wonderful, and I love to see people enjoying it. But how many more can we handle? And inviting 300 slip boats in a giant warehouse that houses God knows how many boats that it puts in and out every day is more business than what we want on the lake. And for us to give any of our public property and any of our public trust water to that sort of a project is a misuse of what all of us want to do with this land. And to continue to agree to do things with this developer amid all the conflict and all the people who care is baloney. And we need to put the brakes on this whole thing. And all of our public property needs to be looked at. And that whole downtown Lakeshore is being developed too. I don't even know what the Lakeshore is going to look like in the next 3 years with all the development that's happening now. And I just really think we all need to put the brakes on and make this thing slow down. And that's all I have to say right now. Like I say, I wish I was there to share it with everybody in person. Thanks for the commission for the call-in option. I really appreciate it. And so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Calling from our lakeside neighborhood. Anyone else in the wings?
Hello? Hello? Just a second. Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Can you give us your
Okay,
name,
I'm calling to
please?
Yeah, certainly. Joseph Zakshevsky.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
The developer who purchased a piece of property for $2, his attorney, David W. Sharon, Charron, was recently suspended for fraud. This attorney also appears on several documents, including the Muskegon Convention Center. So are these the kind of people that you want to do business with? Thank you.
Continue.
Okay.
I just want to make sure he's speaking on the agenda item, because this is agenda item public comment. So I want to make sure he's focusing on
Yes.
agenda items.
Okay. Got it.
Do we have another?
There was somebody trying to call, but they're not calling back. Howard Chairs. Oh. Hello, are you there? Oh, hi. Are you ready to make public comment? Okay. All right, just a second. You're going to announce your name. Yeah, just
An agenda item.
going to make sure you're speaking on an agenda item. The marina? Yep, just one moment. Go ahead, sir.
You want me?
Yep, give your name, please.
Hello, my name is Howard Trivers. Thanks for letting me call in.
I will be way under the 3 minutes, but I wanted to mention my wife and I mainly will be affected by this more than anyone in the room and anyone sitting there, an official, because we own a property. We paid money to the developer, and we know who he is. And we live in Terrace Point, and it's a lovely community. And I just think, now we're fairly new to the community, so I don't know the history of it, but I think it's a poorly designed. That area where the marina will be is just a beautiful area left alone. I walk my dog there all the time. It's just a beautiful area. So I would ask the commissioners to vote it down. Thanks for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you for the call in. Any others?
No.
All right. We are now beyond public comment on agenda items and getting into the meat of our business. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed for separate consideration, deliberation, and vote? Vice Mayor German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 7J.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item B and item H.
7B and 7H. All right.
I have a question. I have a question about that. Should I be saying 7B, 7A? No, okay. I just want to make sure because we have a new layout.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I'm saying the right thing.
Yeah.
The 7 won't change it.
Okay.
We're fine.
I would encourage us to use the 7 in the letter.
On
just so anyone at home watching is like, okay, which one are they talking about?
Right. Valid.
So we have 7H and 7J, and I've also heard that we need to have 7D removed. Are there any other items?
He said B.
He said B.
No, 7D is from staff. But you also said 7B? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. 7B. Asterisked it, but I didn't write it down. 7B. 7H. 7J. And then I would also ask that 7I be removed. So are there any other items? Nope. Then
It was the right one.
okay.
I thought I gave you the wrong
So then I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented, minus items 7B, 7D, 7H, 7I, and 7J.
So moved.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey, item 7B, Community Relations Commission recommendations.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, wow, that's a long one. I motion to...
You don't know what you bit off.
Right. I motion to concur with the recommendation of the CRC to make the above removals and appointments.
Fortunately, you don't have to read out every single one of them.
And thank you for that, but I do want to draw attention to the clerk's office and the staff. We did a lot of upgrades and enhancements and expansions to our Community Relations Committee work this year, and I really want to thank specifically Holly.
Cheers, Holly.
But also to everyone in the office who really got behind this work. We streamlined a lot of processes. Holly was on top of reaching out to every single neighbor who was involved in this process, those who submitted their applications on time, and those who did not, and still managed to call. So just know that a lot of work goes into this, and we are trying desperately to make sure that everybody has a chance to get involved when they need to. And if you have any questions or concerns, do not hesitate to contact the clerk's office. But mostly this is about just a big thank you. And to my colleagues here as well, because we did something very different this year when we looked at the review and approval process of appointments, and I think it went as smoothly as it possibly could have, considering. So thank you guys so much for your support as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner, and thank you to our clerk's office,
It
of
was
course.
Holly. Holly was big, and
a rock
Commissioner
star.
Ramsey as well.
Commissioners, we had reviewed this as our Community Relations Committee meeting earlier this month. When was that?
2 weeks ago.
January 10th. And so we've already had that discussion, but is there anything else you want to discuss on this right now? Commissioner St. Clair.
Point of order. I don't think anyone seconded Commissioner Ramsey's. So
Good point of order.
Support.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair. He was so eager to jump into his. Thanks. So we've got a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair. Is there anything you wish to add or ask at this time, Commissioner St. Clair? Anything else? No? All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, item 7H, 2023 user fee update. Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes. I'm going to recommend to approve the. Nope, that is not me.
Oh, you are not the user fee?
No, I am the user fee, but are we going out of
D. Item D.
7D first.
7D?
7D and 7D.
Oh! The one that staff told me to pull, and I didn't put an asterisk next to it. I just wrote down 7D.
Sorry, I was
That's why I
prepared.
jumped over it. I'm sorry. I still need a motion. So if you would like to make that
Sure,
motion,
yeah.
or someone
I'm going
else.
to make a motion to approve the purchase agreement for 1330 Pine Street.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair.
Thank you,
And this will be report will be let out by our Deputy City Manager, Leanne Mikesell. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you all this evening. So I just wanted to point out a change. We did have an addendum to this purchase agreement that doesn't materially change the agreement, but I just wanted to make sure that you were all aware. So these homes are being sold with usually just a microwave and a dishwasher. And for this particular home, the buyers would also like a refrigerator, a range, and an AC unit. And so we are increasing the sales price to cover those items. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
And I would request that, and that get included in the minutes.
Okay.
Just so that we have that clarity on
Absolutely.
that. Cool, thank you. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Commissioners, any questions for staff or otherwise comments on this item? Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, I have a comment. I want to just thank you guys for bringing this up and for the mayor for pulling it, because it's situations like these that our neighbors often don't understand fully. And so we are mitigating an angry situation, what could be an angry or confused situation later, by sharing this information now. So kudos to the team. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Any other commissioners? No? All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Mikesell. Roll call, please.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery? Absent.
Stepped
Motion
out.
passes.
Thank you. Now 7H, 2023 user fee update.
Good
Commissioner
evening.
Ramsey.
Don't mind if I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I would like to make a recommendation, a motion to approve the 2023 master fee resolution.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Hood. And we have our Finance Director, Kenneth Grant, to report out on this.
Good evening. I just want to let you know the user fee comes from all the departments. So if it's a specific department that you have a question about, I might have to call their department head up there. So just want to let you know that I just accept them and I bring them to you guys. If you have questions about specific things, I will bring the appropriate department up here.
Absolutely. I have one very simple question, Mr. Grant. So if you could just describe to our neighbors in digestible terms, what is a master user fee schedule, and the 17 pages of tiny, tiny print that follow the actual cover sheet of it, just so that we mitigate again any confusion that might be there.
The city, as you're aware, has a lot of fees from various departments. We have a master fee. So what we do once a year, and I probably should bring it to you probably in December or November, because it's for the calendar year, January through December. So what we do is go through, we ask all the departments to update their fees, marina, finance fees, credit card fees. It could be numerous fees. So what we do is once a year, we update the fees, and once you guys approve them, we put them on our website so you can search by department and they could easily find what the charges are for appropriate departments and launch boat fees, things like that. So this is a once a year thing that we renew our fees and we make them available on our new website.
Awesome. So, which means that on our website you could find the fees from last year, and then you could compare them to the fees that are being presented tonight that you can also find on our agenda item if you're a neighbor, and reach out to anyone on this bench or anyone here at City Hall that if you have any questions about that stuff. Because it's tiny, tiny print. And that's been brought up a couple times. And I think that it's important to give you guys the opportunity to review that and then discuss it with us. Because they're fees that our neighbors and us ultimately pay. Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this right now? I do have a question. This would be for could be public safety. It might be, I don't know who said it's a public safety fee. It's with regard to the registration fees. And sorry, I was meaning to stop by Chief Kozel earlier today in between meetings to chat with you. I was just curious. So we're proposing raises in the registration fees for short-term and long-term rentals for single units, but no increases on duplexes or above multi-units. And I was just wondering why we wouldn't be raising them across the board.
If I'm correct on this, and I might need to reflect with Kim, that this was something that was agreed upon back in, I think, 2019 for this, and it was never put into effect. So the commission agreed to raise that particular area for that short-term rental. So we located that, and we're just coming to what we should have done a couple of years ago. That's the only reason why.
All right. That makes sense. And then question for our clerk now. Thank you.
Yes.
For that explanation. It's a question for Ann. She's doing a sidebar right now. And then I'll have a question for DPW. Who's
Dan's back there. I want to go to Dan.
This could be a question for Dan, or it could be for legal counsel. I'm just curious, in terms of our marina slip fees, which do we have the opportunity to have a resident versus non-resident tier in place for our marina slips, our municipal marina slips?
So, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. One point of order on the marina is that those fees were brought separately at the end of last year and approved by resolution. I would have to check with probably the DNR. They because we use DNR funds to improve portions of the marina. We're obligated to follow certain fee schedules and provide transient slips and such. So I would have to check whether we could have multiple tiers for different types of folks with them, and I can do so.
So the resolutions that we passed in the fall for those rate increases, we knew that when we approved them then that they would have to be given additional approval by the state. Have we received that in terms of these rate increases? The state's okay with these rates?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So maybe by the time rate reconsiderations come back, next year, maybe we get clarity from the state whether or not we might have that opportunity to give a break for our residents on those slips. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Director Vanderhyde. Madam Clerk, question for you with regard to the farmers market fee adjustments there. Were those brought to, I just want to get confirmation, were those brought to our farmers market advisory committee and presented to them, and they had an opportunity to provide feedback on those?
Let me see which ones. Hold on, I'm just taking a look. We have a meeting in February. We did not, this is not for the booth fees. We did not do the booth fees yet because we want to meet with them in February before we make suggestions for that. So this is for rental, our rental of the barn. We did it and our kitchen rental with Renee Hesseling. So those items we did not take to the committee, but we do plan on talking to them about suggested fees in
For the
February.
stalls themselves.
Yes,
So
for the
that may
stalls
be-
themselves, what impacts them directly, we were gonna talk to the committee before.
Okay, so that may be coming back to us then for adjustments for that.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Director Grant.
Yeah, I have two other items, so when I'm. So.
Yeah. That's next up. Yeah. Gotcha. All right, roll call on this item.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey,
Yes!
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I have a motion with regard to the deficit elimination plan for Marina?
Yeah. I motion to approve the deficit elimination resolution for
The Marina Fund.
the Marina Fund. Sorry, I was reading the wrong one.
Support.
All right, a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Emery, to approve the deficit elimination resolution for the Marina Fund. Director Gant.
Yes. As you're aware, the marina arenas, anything that ends with an NA or something, they run at deficits. Especially, and I talked to Dan, we lost a lot of our deck spots, and because of we had water seepage in there, and we lost some of our decks, and they're damaged, they're beyond repair. So we lost the ability to rent deck space or docks, and so. And with that, it's so expensive to keep up the repairs and things. We're just not keeping up with the revenue is not keeping up with the expenditures at the arena. We just don't have the ability because we don't have the ability to rent out docks like we used to. And it's just a very expensive thing to maintain. And we're going to have to revisit this every year because I don't think we're ever going to have the capacity to generate enough revenue. And we're going to have to come up with some serious plans, either get rid of the marina or do something. But right now, we've been in a deficit the last 2 years. So we're just asking the general fund to, and I do admit that I made a mistake last year. Out of this 450, 350 was already approved last year, but I did not transfer the funds from the general fund. So actually this year is only 100,000 plus the 350 that was approved last year.
Okay.
So it's a combination of 450 because I did not transfer the money from the general fund last year.
Okay. So at least we're moving in the right direction on reducing the level of
Yeah,
general
but I
fund
think we're going
support for
to,
the
every
marina.
year the marina's in operation, I think going forward to the next couple of years, we're going to be in a deficit.
Yeah.
So we're just going to have to plan to.
So what does that look like then? Because we're going to fill that gap right now by that general fund transfer, but what's it going to look like in terms of that long-term planning and ensuring that our marina is operating and as a self-sustaining
One of the
as possible. So
one
to
of the
reduce
things that he just did
general
last
fund
December is raise the fees. We did raise the fees on the rentals, so so that happened. So that's going to close the gap a little bit, but it's still not going to be enough to. And Dan can speak on the marina a little more than I can about the operations and things like that, because I know we had the high water seepage, and then we had it wasn't safe because electricity wires are exposed and things that. So we couldn't rent those docks like we normally do. So that's long term. We're thinking about long term things, and maybe Dan could talk about that a little better than I can.
All right. Thank you, Director Grant. Welcome back, Director Vanderhyde.
Just one point I'll make is that Hartshorn Marina is part of a charter park, so certainly we wouldn't be getting rid of it in the sense that we wouldn't own that piece of property anymore. In terms of the marina as a whole, the high water times that we had a few years ago really is what put us in this situation. The two pieces of the marina were very negatively affected by that. If you recall the marina as it used to be, we used to have a small boat basin out beyond the boat launch, between the fingers, so to speak, and that area is no longer usable. The docks were destroyed as a part of the high water and have not been able to be rebuilt. The same is true for what was known as the T dock, which provided space in the center of the horseshoe of the main portion of the marina. That also was destroyed by the high water. We did hire a consultant to both look at the marina from a capital investment perspective and also an operations perspective. It would take, I don't have the numbers with me off the top of my head, but suffice to say millions of dollars to rebuild the portions that were lost, as well as raise the fees substantially, even in that case, to create a sustainable a fiscally sustainable future for the marina. So, frankly, the only practical option available to us is grant funding for those improvements. And at this time, we haven't moved forward with that, mainly because of the large cost, and also we're currently under, as I mentioned, obligation to the DNR due to the previous time we accepted funds for marina construction. That agreement ends in a couple of years, and we'd like to do a better job of planning rather than simply take a short-term action.
So that long-term planning, then we'll need to be having that conversation as a commission, as a city staff, as a community, as to whether or not we go after more of those grants that continue to encumber the property to support the capital improvements that need be, or if we go it alone while maintaining our marina without some of those restrictions from that trust fund grant, DNR trust fund grant, or as it was mentioned, doing away with the marina, which I think gives all of us, well, I shouldn't speak for all of us, it would give me great pause or concern to just like, yeah, we're done with our municipal marina. So that would, warrant very serious conversation and deliberation. But we need to have that conversation as to where are we going from here with that marina. We recognize it's operating as a deficit. It has been for several years now. How can we get that to be as self-sustainable as possible? And if we can't, and we understand that it is going to be a permanent level of general fund support for it to operate, then we as a commission need to be deciding to what extent we're willing to subsidize that marina at the same time. To generate additional revenues, might we have the opportunity, maybe it's something you chew on and you can't give an answer right now, but might we have an opportunity to charge any kind of fees related to use of the drop lift that's at the Harshaw Marina, that's next to the launch ramp? Could we charge fees for accessing and using that drop lift? And if there are any for-profit entities using the launch ramp as well, might there be an opportunity to generate additional revenues there? So I don't know if you can speak to that now, or if there's just something to chew on, and we can have that be part of a future conversation.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect kind of thing to include in a conversation that we would have about many different options that we could pursue. You bet.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also cannot speak for the bench as a whole, but I would like to encourage anything that we can do to find dollars that we already have coming in through parking or ARP stuff to offset this time. But I, as a commissioner and as a neighbor, will always support certain things in our neighborhoods, no matter how much the deficit is. They are the amenities to our city. The marina is one of them. The arena is the other. In fact, Mr. Manager, maybe we could sell the naming rights to the marina like we did to the arena, and that might be another opportunity for income. Thank you for those who laughed and got the joke. Jesus. But I do think, I do want to be super clear that the conversation and the communication is crucial, right? We just need to know what's going on and why it's happening, because these things are a part of who we are as a community, and we never want to see them go away. So whatever that looks like, most of us will show up in support. And it's just brass tacks conversations about this is how much it costs and this is why, where do we find something to help? So thank you both for not being afraid to come up here and share all of this, because I know it's not easy to tell someone, hey, this is an issue. Kudos. And whatever we can do, keep us in the loop.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll say that I think I've heard, and please confirm if I have, that you'd like to perhaps have a work session item on this sometime in the near future once I'm able to gather those numbers and put them in a presentable format.
Yeah, I think it's warranted.
Wholeheartedly.
On the schedule that the manager thing is appropriate, given the many other things that we've got going on in our city. But I think that's warranted at some point. Thank you, Director Vanderhyde. Thank you, Director Grant. Commissioners, do you have any other questions or comments at this time on the Marina Deficit Elimination Plan? All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 7J, Deficit Elimination Plan for Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. And I believe Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I moved to approve the deficit elimination resolution for the Brownfield redevelopment.
Support.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor German, supported by Commissioner Hood. Commissioner Grant.
Yes,
Or
I just want to give you a little.
Director Grant.
Yes, I just want to give you a little background. This is for our scattered brownfield. We're one of the first cities. We are the first city in the state to do a scattered brownfield. So this is the first year that we started collecting this for the scattered brownfield. So we had expenses that we incurred, and we just did not have enough tax capture for the first year to cover those expenses. So this is a temporary thing. We expect. I talked to our treasurer, and she looked at the numbers. Like, we should have enough revenue to cover our deficit in the next year. In the next couple of years, we're going to be way above this, and we wouldn't have a deficit. So this is the reason why we're in a deficit, because we just started our capture last year, and we had some expenses that exceeded our capture, and it should be a 1 year, maybe 2 year thing that we capture all, and we have enough money because our city, those houses are selling, and they're in a tax roll, and we're gonna start seeing the benefits of those in the next couple of years, probably next year immediately. So this was our this will be our second tax capture year.
Okay.
So that's why we are in a deficit.
Okay,
Vice
thank
Mayor
you.
German.
Just one other follow-up. Because that was going to be my next question. I didn't see which expenses were
I
contributed
provided
to
a
the
little.
deficit.
I mean, it's just pretty much. You can't show a negative on the books, so we had to. You see, and I don't know if you have this pages right here.
Yep.
Yeah, it shows zero. I mean, it was negative, and then you will see due to the other government, so $64,211. That's pretty much what we owe ourselves. So they can't show it as a negative, but we owe ourselves. So, and when we capture our money, we pretty much have to pay ourselves back.
Okay. Thank you, Director Grant.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item at this time? All right. So speaking of this program, I was at a meeting of the Urban Core Mayors group in Lansing a couple weeks ago, and our Scattered Site Brownfield program did come up in conversation in terms of how we can move housing forward and get more units built. And so some of my fellow mayors from some of the largest cities across the state were very much interested in what we're doing here in Muskegon. No. Thank you, Director Grant.
Yep.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, new business. We have Housing Board of Appeals for demolition of 835 West Forest, 1043 Washington, and 1642 Dyson. Is there anyone in the audience who is here to represent any of these properties?
Washington and Forest are here. So I don't
Okay, so-
see anyone from Dyson.
What's your name, sir? What's your name? Vince? Rostov. Okay. And you're here on Washington and Dyson? No, just Washington? Okay. That's Rostov? Last name? Okay. Commissioner, since we have someone to speak on that item, we can handle the other two items together or separately. Your decision on that motion.
I think it's just Dyson. Somebody's here.
Yeah,
He's here on
I don't see
1043.
I saw
Ross
someone
Pub
here
area.
from West Forest, but I don't see them in the room anymore. So they may have left.
Okay, then we'll handle that last in case they show back up.
Okay.
So, Commissioners, let's hold off Forest till the end. Let's start with 1642 Dyson then.
Yeah, 1643. Oh, sorry.
Well, I just like we'll hear the report out and then the commission can decide what they want, what motion they'd like to make on it.
Sounds great.
So-
Good evening. 1642 Dyson experienced a fire in March 2022. Major fire, smoke damage throughout. You can see from the photos it was a fairly involved structure fire. Not really any contact with the owner at all. We really haven't been able to get in contact with them, multiple addresses, phone numbers, things like that. The weekend after the fire, the basement actually flooded. I think I was told that somebody broke in and burst a pipe stealing something and flooded the basement as well. So the property was not insured at the time. The owners are kind of just in the wind. Like I said, it was March. We have done our best to try and contact them, but there's been no contact with the owners since then.
All right. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Blake, can you do me a favor? Can you remind the board and our neighbors what happens at this point? After a property is approved to be demolished, what then goes down?
Yes, so once the City Commission concurs with the findings of the Housing Board of Appeals, the owner is notified of that through our regular posting process, which includes 3 different notices. One that's posted to the structure, sent to them via USPS mail, sent to them via certified mail. They have 21 days to file with the court for superintending control, which would allow them time to repair the structure as they see fit after they come to kind of an agreement with the timeline with the city attorney, their attorney, and the court. That does require that they put up money into escrow in case those repairs aren't completed and we have to demolish the structure. So that's kind of the next 21 days, but nothing happens for 21 days. Once that lapses, we send it out for an asbestos survey and then ultimately for bid for demolition.
Great, thank you. I have a follow-up that I would like to share if it's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioners, any other questions right now? No? All right, Commissioner Ramsey.
I would like to remind the board that when so I sit on the Housing Board of Appeals, Commissioner Ramsey, Ward 3. When we vote to demolish a property, it's not done lightheartedly or in haste. It is something that we spend months. When I say we, I mean the good team here. I just show up once a month. They spend months and months and months and multiple efforts trying to contact the owners and anyone who could be tied to this property so that we can help them work through the process. Our job as the HBA, the Housing Board of Appeals, is to help them identify resources that are real and relevant to what's happening and how we can help them move through the process of retaining their property, even to go ahead and make that property better for them if we can help them make those connections. So when something comes to us and is asked to be voted on, it's because we are at a space where we can no longer do any good for the situation. So we are asking it to come here with the elevation and the intent that when that happens, people then begin to pay attention and or move on it. So when something is put in superintendent control, that is what we are trying to do. It's not that we are doing anything more than recognizing the limits to what we can do as a group to help and asking for your support and making sure that we're addressing these issues within our community, because these properties are a safety hazard. I cannot stress that enough. These properties are a safety hazard. I would like to remind everyone that several months ago we had a property that burned to the ground on Irwin Street in Muskegon in the McLaughlin neighborhood. And we are so lucky that even though that home was being used as a squatting site for homeless individuals and those who may be precariously housed, no one was hurt that night. And if someone had been in there sleeping, this would be a very different meeting. And I want to make sure that the bench understands that it is not with a lightheartedness that we approach this situation, but I am truly concerned, especially in the winter months, that houses like this that are abandoned and that you can get access to. If you're crafty, I am not. I would stand in the street and cry. But other people are much more resilient than I am. And I am concerned that we are putting people's lives in danger. And so us elevating these to something that is out of our control, for me, is the only option. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, and very well explained on the process. Are you the representative for this property? No. Okay, we're not accepting questions or comments from the audience. No, you can speak to him after the meeting. Yeah, sorry, sir. So, Mr. Zenobia, is there anything else you wish to add at this time about this property?
No, sir. No,
all right.
We're okay.
Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
I motion to concur with the Housing Board of Appeals decision to demolish and authorize administration to obtain bids for the demolish, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized and directed to execute a contract for demolition with the lowest possible bidder for the property at 1642 Dyson.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Emery. Any further deliberation before going to roll call? No? All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioners, next item, we will, before we entertain a motion, we'll go to 1043 Washington, and we'll hear from first staff's report, and then we'll hear from the property's representative, Mr. Rostov. But first, Mr. Zenobia.
Yes, sir. So this property was initially noted as a possible dangerous building in February of 2019. I was actually the rental inspector at the time who inspected it and referred it to the dangerous building inspector at that time. The property was sold in 2019 to its current owner, Mr. Rostov. It is a 5-unit mixed-use building. That means residential and commercial. If you see there, the furthest left-hand side door is actually a commercial space that extends back the entire length of the building. The right-hand side is 2 lower units and then 3 upper units there. There's been various areas of concern, the exterior foundation, some masonry walls that are deteriorating. You can see this is a photo taken before some siding was put up over it. All that exposed brick is flaking away like sand in some areas. The foundation is failing. So throughout this process, we've done our best to give time for proper submittal of permits, plans, different things like that. The owner here today provided a plan which he's got with him for some building drawings. However, they don't rectify any of the issues with the walls or the foundation work. We're still waiting on a report from a structural engineer for those. We have no plans that have been submitted for mechanical work, electrical work, plumbing work, fire suppression work, and again, started in 2019. HBA declared the structure in March of 2022. We've delayed the proceedings, bringing this case to this board to hopefully allow the owner time to supply the inspections department with the engineering report, architectural drawings. He brought these in for us to look at this morning, but there's been no full submittal. To be frank, it's quite an undertaking. I'm not aware of a process that will allow you to stabilize that brick and save that foundation. So is it still occupied?
No, everybody's out. We've complied with everybody's out except one tenant who was mistaken for paperwork, and that's being fixed. So there's only one
Okay.
tenant that's there.
We've
We got everybody out.
Yeah, we've had people in it really since before that. The inspections department's done our best to try to not put people out, but this building is a severe public safety hazard. We're concerned about it. So we're hoping that you'll concur with the HBA.
Thank you, Mr. Zenobia. So is it your position then that that building, the foundation is so far gone that it's without, it can't be salvaged?
So I'm not aware of a process that would allow you to stabilize the material and then allow it to carry the load. If you look there, kind of on the commercial space side, you can see that further back section, there's new siding. That portion of the building looks like the back of the building. They've actually removed some of the brick facade upper in this photo here that they're showing to you. That brown area is brick facade that's been removed. Beyond that, the foundation on the one side has really sunk. I mean, there's been discussions about options, putting a new footing inside of the existing foundation to kind of carry a floating floor in the interior, which would allow you to stop it from further sinking. But we haven't been able to find, we haven't been supplied with a report, I should say, from a structural engineer who's had a solution to that problem.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Zenobia.
Sure.
Mr. Rostov.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you for seeing us. We basically, as far as the inside, this building is like 100 years old. Okay, so it did some sinking, and on the perimeter, there's a foundation, and then there's like a foundation right through the center of it. We had done some work to stabilize that, and we've pretty much gutted the whole entire thing on the inside. We've done pretty much everything that we could possibly do without the actual permit to restart building. So then
The siding stuff over there, that brick needs to be torn up. There's actually 2 layers of brick there, you know. So the outside is that what you see is that's really bad. That needs to be tore off and redone. We've been working with the architect and engineer to remedy these situations. So as far as the foundation, we've done some fixing. So he has to basically submit that with the plan with the city. His wife is paraplegic and he's an older gentleman, so he's asked for us a little more time. But he's like super close to being finished. And I've met with the city this morning to go over that. Also, there's a commercial part of it, section of it, where we're planning to go with the residential on that, so that has to be rezoned, and there's a process that has to be done that I've met with Michael from zoning, so there's a way to get that taken care of, but it's going to be I'm not sure, I forgot what the whole thing was called. So we are working. I want to like if you guys want to demolish the building, that's okay. I really don't want to. I want to see it through. We've done some work already there. I apologize. There was be honest, we upstairs we did a couple of things without the permit in the past. That's we're not doing that anymore. I kind of want to make sure that everything's done correctly. So that's where we're at. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Rostov. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Zenobia or Mr. Rostov? Commissioner Ramsey.
I don't have questions, but I have many statements to make. I would like to remind the bench that a couple of dates that Blake mentioned. 2019 is when this was brought to our attention as city. 2022 is when it was elected to be demolished, and it's been a year since we've brought it to the commission, hoping for some movement upon it. I think that it is great that there are plans and talks of how we can not demolish this building that is in Ward 3, in my ward. And I will say that again. I also don't want to demolish this building, but we referenced one lonely tenant left in that building. When this building was found in the condition that it's currently in, which is uninhabitable, it was full of tenants, and we had to do something about that. I've also mentioned in an earlier statement about the lack of power that we now have in situations like this. And while it's great that the owner showed up this morning to share some not quite submitted plans, and does take ownership of the missteps that may have happened previously, this is no longer within our control. We have spent 2.5 years trying to be of service, and it's not. So hopefully, if we are able to move it into superintendent control, they'll have 21 days to put together a timeline, to put together a plan that then will have to be adhered to, or there will be consequences. Again, this is an issue of safety for not only the individuals that lived there, the one that still does, but then also for the neighbors around it. That's all.
Indeed. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Vice Mayor German.
Yes. A couple questions for Inspector. When you go out and inspect these buildings, the person that's inspecting these buildings, are they like licensed contractors, or for the foundation, are there like licensed civil engineers and stuff like that to determine, the structure and the context of the building?
So I'm a licensed building inspector in areas like this, where there may be some expertise required. That's why we would require a submittal from a structural engineer or an architect. In certain instances, like this one, you'd need architectural drawings for the entirety of the building, because it's at this point mixed use, but even if it was all residential, it'd be a multi-unit. And it would require architectural drawings because it's significantly more specialized than what we would run into on a normal basis. This one, just because of the foundation issues and the block which has been compromised, that's highly specialized. So we lean on the owner to get a structural engineer in this case, and submit that report to us. And we're happy to abide by what that report says.
Okay. And for the tenant there, the gentleman, I'd like you to come up to the podium, please, because I have a couple of questions here for you. Okay, you say your intention, and thank you for attending. That is so important. You say your intention is to work and try to save the building.
Yeah, I really would like to save the building. I think we can make it really nice. I have the money set aside. The money is not the issue. Like we had a COVID thing going on, and I did not, honestly, I had other projects. I own 8 buildings. I apologize. I did not devote the necessary time for this. That's my fault, you know. But I would like to save the building if you guys let me. If you don't want to save the building, I will not fight. The building department, everybody's very nice. They've been very lenient. It's not that was my fault, you know. So yeah.
And as for the Housing Board of Appeals meetings, did you attend all of those meetings?
One meeting I couldn't attend. I was in Florida taking care of something, and I have a couple of buildings in Florida. Justin attended. He met with you guys, I believe, one time. There was a meeting, and we've attended. My representative.
Not a commission, the housing board.
Yeah. And how much time do you expect before this project will be complete, if allowed more time?
Okay, if we are allowed more time, I want to say currently like a year and a half, which should be good. Should be good. That's like all the outside stuff. We'll do the all outside stuff first, so that way it looks nice and nobody's upset. And then we can do the interior work. Because really, if you look at this side right here, I have a plan. We have to put some windows in there. I've already ordered the stone for the sidewalk already. Like I can cancel and then that brick stuff has to be redone. The siding on the side has to be redone. These windows, they have to be redone. So there's a lot of work. So like I want to get the outside done, so that way, you know, like I'm out of your gun sights, and then we can go from there. But as far as the main issue is the foundation there. And we've addressed that already. The architect has, because it was kind of like, let's do it and then see if it actually worked. So it worked. So there's no, we've got the center stuff stabilized, and on the side where there's a sidewalk as well, we fixed that too. There was an issue. We fixed that.
And is there a last question there, Mayor? You have an estimate for the foundation to be repaired?
We already repaired the foundation. There's no more issue with the foundation. Okay. So this brick right here that on the picture, that needs to be taken off because there's 2 layers of brick there. This is the face layer, and that needs to be taken out. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. You had something to add, Mr. Zenobia?
Just as a point of clarification, we don't have a permit for the foundation repair, so we haven't issued a permit for that. So if it's been repaired, we are unaware of how that has been done or who did it. So.
Or subsequently inspected then, yes.
Correct.
Got you.
The architect is providing a plan for that as well. So.
Usually those come before the work. So.
Commissioner Hood.
Yeah. I noticed that you said that the money was not an issue. So you could probably put the money in for superintendent control and then do the repair. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood. Commissioner Emery, Commissioner Gorman, any questions or comments at this time? Commissioner Emery.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Can you explain, please, to our public the next step? If we say yes, vote yes to demolish it, what is the next step for the owner?
Sure. So it's the process I had explained earlier. We don't take any action on it for 21 days. During that time, Vince would have the opportunity to file essentially a lawsuit with the court for superintending control. Assuming that he does that, our fine city attorney and his attorney would get together. The court serves as sort of a mediator, is my understanding. They submit a timeline, we rebuttal and kind of come to a consensus on this is the first phase of construction, this is what we would like to get done by this date, this time, with these inspections and these permits. There's stipulations in there for the submittal of the permits, the approval of the permits, the issuance of the permits, the work to begin, and then different phases. If those terms are met, we're good. This building is repaired and off the dangerous building list, right? However long that would be. If it's not, the money that has been deposited into escrow is then used to demolish the structure. Obviously, any money that's left over would be returned to the owner, vice versa, in terms of money over would be placed as a lien. Assuming Vince doesn't file for superintendent control, he still has the ability to file a demolition permit on his own, get his own demolition company, demolish the structure. It's then, raised to grade, foundation removed, all those sort of things. Then he's the owner of a nice lot there on the corner of Washington. Otherwise, if the city does it, it goes out for an asbestos survey, and then eventually bids are placed through the clerk's office. We award a bid, and then those contractors, according to what the bid stipulates, would apply for a demo permit, demolish it, grade it, and then we would bill the owner with a lien on the property for the cost of that demolition.
Thank you for that. One more follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we voted no on this, what's the alternative? Where would it go?
So if you voted not to concur, it would be returned to the Housing Board of Appeals. We would then have them reevaluate it, in which case they would either say, we're going to table it for more time, or we are going to declare it again, send it back to the City Commission for the same thing. It does stretch out our timeline. That's a once-a-month meeting, and I believe February, the notices have already gone out for February's meeting, so the soonest that could return to the Housing Board would be March.
Thank you, Mr. Novi.
With one additional caveat. If you vote no, the facts in front of the Housing Board of Appeals and you are not sufficient for demolition. So what they'll have to do is an entirely new inspection, etc. It will need to be different reasons than what's in front of you today.
Thank you.
It's good context.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I believe they can vote to table it, refer it back. They can also vote to reject it.
Correct.
Which would
And
be,
that
it
was-
is not, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it's not satisfactory. We would then have to find additional reasons that it would be a dangerous building. So, yeah, I apologize.
Thank you. Any other, just a moment, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner St. Clair, do you have anything to ask or add? Commissioner Gorman, anything to ask or add? All right, Vice Mayor German.
Yes. He said he had the foundation repaired, and obviously it was without a permit. Now, given the fact, was that one of the critical issues that the inspection team looked at?
Yeah, it's one of many at this building. I mean, the roof's bad as well, as far as I know. I know Vince had mentioned putting a new roof on it. The entire building has really suffered. A lot of this brick damage is due to water damage, ice damming, things like that. So the foundation is one major area of concern, but it's certainly not the only area of concern. My additional concern with the foundation repair is, to my knowledge, that would require a structural engineer. I'm not even sure that once. So an architect is different than a structural engineer for the most part. So as far as I know, we haven't submitted, or no report's been submitted to us. I'm not aware of how they've done that or would do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm just trying to get some logic on this. I mean, because it sounds like the gentleman has been doing work on it, but obviously without a permit. Just trying to find a medium with what is satisfactory for the inspection with Safe Built. If they had to come back, or if we tabled this, or how would that affect the process? And
Well, it would certainly delay the process. Certainly, you have a tenant occupying a structure that we believe to be substandard, so you'd be pushing that out for at least 30 days. Forgive me, I think that the process would be significantly delayed by that, and I'm not sure that we would make any more progress in the next month than we've made in the past year.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner St. Clair.
Sure. So, just to clarify, if we vote yes today to demolish, Mr. Rostov has 21 days to file for superintending control.
Yes, ma'am.
If he has made the foundation repairs, if he has the money to move forward, he has an excellent shot at removing this from the city's purview and moving forward with us out of his hair and him out of our hair.
Certainly, it's not even at that point anything that is a preference of the city.
Right.
That's an agreement, a consent judgment delivered by the court that both we have to abide to and they have to abide to, and so we have another property in superintending control right now. just completed an inspection on it last week. Things are moving along and repairs are being made, and it's a building that a lot of people thought was going to end up torn down. So I'm pleased with how superintending control has worked in that case, and certainly I don't see a reason that this one couldn't be successful through that same mechanism.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with it. If he wants to go that way, we're fine. Yeah, let's go that way. That way, if he puts a fire
Simple.
under my feet, that we get something done correctly, that we're close to getting it done correctly. I agree.
All right, excellent. I think that we're all going to have consensus on that point then. Don't think it merits any further evaluation or review by the Housing Board of Appeals. That process has completed itself. I do want to see this building saved and restored and put in productive use again, but safety considerations are paramount, not only for any potential tenants or squatters in there, but for the surrounding neighborhood as well. It is something that goes right up to the sidewalk. So I'm perfectly comfortable with concurring with the Housing Board of Appeals recommendation for demolition, fully understanding, respecting, and hoping that the property owner does get that superintendent control and follows through on their desire to restore it. So, with that said, I would welcome a motion.
I would like to make a motion to concur with the Housing Board of Appeals' decision to demolish and authorize administration to obtain bids for the demolition, and that the mayor and the clerk be authorized and directed to execute a contract for demolition with the lowest possible bidder on the property located at 1043 Washington.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Emery. I believe we have deliberated this efficiently, so I'm going to go straight to roll call.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. And talk to Jake and our economic development team about how we can turn that retail space into another thriving retail space, because that neighborhood is on its way.
Use it.
Neighborhood advice would be welcome. Yes. But thank you, Mr. Zenobia. Thank you, Mr. Rostoff, for your interest in and desire to invest and grow with Muskegon. So thank you.
Thanks, Vince.
All right. Next property. Has the representative for 835 West Forest arrived
I don't
or returned?
Oh,
you are here, sir. Okay. I'm going to have Mr. Zenobia report out first, then I'll welcome you. And you are, sir, what's your name? Padilla? All right.
Yes.
Mr. Zenobia, if you could report out on this property for 835 West Forest.
Certainly. In 2017, the building department received a complaint regarding the condition of the home. At the time, the owner had a permit in place, but that permit subsequently expired without any inspections. Dangerous building enforcement was opened in 2019, 2 years later, for work that had continued without permits. An all trades inspection was conducted at that time and completed. That violation list was provided to the owner as well. It's been a site of just ongoing construction since at least 2019. Multiple building permits have been issued and subsequently expired without inspection or approval. Following some issues just with making sure that these permits, we kept issuing permits, they kept expiring, no inspections. We came to an agreement with the owner in August of 2022 to allow for the completion of individual phases of construction to hopefully complete this project. Following the first phase, which I believe was the roof, or the siding, the siding, we haven't received another building permit. So we did that. We issued a siding permit for 30 days. They were able to complete that. The next phase was the roof. The roof is still not complete, as you can see. That was in September of 22. We've sent the owner multiple letters. The housing board then, after the owner did not meet those terms, agreed and declared the structure in at the HBA in the end of August after that initial permit lapsed. And so that was an agreement we thought was going to work. We met with Mr. Padilla in the office there, and I thought we were making good progress, but unfortunately since September, there's really been no active permits. If there's work that's been going on since then, there's been no permits for it. And so we have quite a few concerned citizens in the area who have made their feelings apparent to us, but we try to do our best to stay in contact, give the owner a mechanism by which to hold them accountable with the month-by-month permit. It's not normally something we do, but it was something that we hoped would work. Unfortunately, here we are today. It's been declared, and so we even tried to give additional time after that Currently, no active permits, no major inspections on anything other than the siding and I think the window flashing as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zenobia. Mr. Pratia, you're welcome up. Good evening. What would you like us to know about your property in this process and where you're at?
Yeah, I do got permits and I got things saying that the inspectors went in there and they okayed everything. They just want the final, you know what I'm saying, like the plugins and stuff like that. So I don't know what he's talking about. Roof is just one piece left and all the companies I call, they're all backed up to like springtime. It's hard for me to find somebody to do it right now. It's just one last piece.
Before I open up to the commissioners, anything else you want to share with us right this moment?
I don't know.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for either Mr. Zenobia with our inspections or for Mr. Padilla, the property owner? Commissioner Hood.
Yes. Is this your residence or is this rental property?
My residence.
Your residence? Okay. That's all.
Okay. Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. To the inspector, I guess I'm trying to get what really makes this a dangerous building.
Sure. So quite a bit of interior work's been done without permits, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, different things like that. There's been permits that have been issued for those, but those have expired a long time ago. I don't have the list in front of me of the series of permits, but truth be told, the property was in rough condition before. Certainly outside may be deceiving with some new siding and portions of a new roof put on, but the interior space has been relatively renovated, and so we don't know what that work is like. We're not sure what the interior conditions are at this point because we haven't been in to inspect them.
Okay, so if you don't know what the conditions are,
we don't know what they are since the work is. Yes, I apologize. We are aware of the existing conditions when we started the enforcement in 2017, I think, or 2019. But since then, we haven't been in to verify any work that's been done.
Okay. And to the gentleman there, now, I follow up, Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. As mentioned by our inspector, electrical, plumbing, and portions of the roof. Did you pull permits for?
Yes.
Okay, you had. Did you attend all of the Housing Board of Appeal meetings? And did you present this information to them?
No, I got them in the car right now. I forgot them because I was trying to rush back. I had like poops, so I had to leave earlier. But I got permits, and even the inspectors themselves going in there and okaying all this stuff. That's why I'm confused. I don't know. I understand the outside of it. I start cleaning it up. You know what I'm saying? I understand that part, but knocking it down, I don't understand that part.
Okay, because it makes it difficult for us to make a judgment, or
But he's saying that the inspectors didn't okay it. I got the little yellow papers they give out that they passed. I got the installation in, I got the drywall in, I got the plumbing in, I got the electric, everything.
And permits was pulled for all of those.
Yes, I even got the little paper saying that they passed.
And I guess is there anything on file for? Okay.
There's been some interior inspections, like the electrical. He had a rough. They haven't been approved. So if we give an approval, you get a green sticker. The yellow sheets are generally violation lists to say here are your issues, and then those are supposed to be rectified, and then you schedule another inspection. So the yellow sheets would be violation lists. Green stickers would obviously be approvals. So that I'm not sure if there's a disconnect there on what was expected, but we also send those out in the system when we generate the inspections. We put in our violations, mark it as disapproved, an email goes out, different things like that go out directly to the owner, or excuse me, the permit holder, which in this case is the owner.
And one last question, if I may.
Well, I was just going to your point, just to give you some context from the packet, that mid-year last year, the owner and staff agreed to issue permits for individual phases of construction that would expire after 30 days if no inspections were completed. Owner was issued a permit on August 10th of 2022 for the completion of the siding, and that work was completed and approved through an inspection. The next phase was to complete the roof, soffit, and fascia. So a building permit was issued for that work. However, that work was not completed, and staff has been unable to contact owner since. So is tonight the first contact since?
Since that agreement in August, yes. So it was declared by the HBA. After that, we came to this agreement with Mr. Padilla in the hope that we could complete this work. So I do have the permits obtained here. It's the second page of your packet here. You can see we issued a building permit on February of 2021 for new siding. That expired in August of 2021. We issued an insulation permit in January of 2022. That permit expired 6 months later in July of 2022. And then in August, that August 10th one for the completion of the roofing, siding, and fascia. September 12th, that permit expired. We did approve the siding at that time, but the roof and soffit and fascia obviously had not been done.
Okay. You had one, before I'm going to go to you, Commissioner Ramsey, just for a moment. I think you had one final follow-up.
I
Vice
did.
Mayor Germer, or do you want to hold that?
I can hold that.
Okay.
And let someone else go.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And absolutely great point, Vice Mayor. Blake, could you do me a favor? Could you share with our neighbors, come on up to the podium, Blake, thank you. Could you share with our neighbors what a permit process looks like? So my name is Michael Ramsey, and I want to do some owner-operator work on my house.
Sure.
I come to Safe Built. What does that look like?
Certainly. It depends on the permit. It's probably the
Something
easiest
that I'm qualified
way.
to do, which
Yes.
is not much, but let's pretend.
So, depending on the scope of the permit, it's one sheet of paper. You fill it out. It's got your contact information. It has the scope of the work. It has a valuation and then a signature page. For regular work or simple window replacement, things like that, that's really all we would require. Just that one sheet. It's processed there in the office. It's issued the same day. If we have a bit more complex thing or something that would require review by an inspector as opposed to our office staff, such as decking permits or interior renovations, we require drawings on those. For homeowners permits, residential permits, that's really about it. We would require drawings. Occasionally zoning gets involved with site plans, things of that sort. But those, I think generally 5 business days, 7 business days, is the maximum we would take to turn one of those around and issue that permit.
And so then I do the work, and I have a certain amount of time to do the work. And within that, after that's done, I call you guys, and you come back out and say, "Good job, Michael," or "Terrible."
Yeah. So if you completed your work, let's say you're putting a new roof on, you have your ice and water shield up, you'd call us, we'd come out and look at it, either approve it or disapprove it, and give you a violation list. Hey, this is what needs to be completed. If you're good to go, then we move on to the next inspection. All of the inspections are included on your permit, on your permits. The yellow cards here, they're all included on that. For a roof, it would be an ice and water and a final. That's it. For a deck, it'd be a footing inspection and a final. Pretty straightforward in terms of those sort of things. But depending on the scope, an interior remodel, you'd have a rough frame inspection, looking at the framing, all the new interior work that's been done, an insulation inspection, verifying that your insulation is there, and then generally just a final after that once the drywall's up and the fixtures are in and completed.
Great. So then, just to bring that all together, it's my understanding that since 2017, we have been working with Mr. Padilla and issuing permits, but there have been no follow-up inspections or closures of those permits, correct?
We have not had a final approval inspection on any of the permits. So I'm not entirely certain off the top of my head if we've given rough approvals on like electrical or rough approvals on plumbing. But my understanding or what I know is that we haven't approved any of those permits in their entirety. So work exists in its current state. And again, we're happy to see this house completed. It's just at this point, it's kind of out of our hands to actually make that work happen and complete the inspections.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Thank you, Mr. Zenobia. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? All right. Any final remarks, Mr. Padilla, before we proceed with...
I did have one more. Go ahead, Mayor.
All right. Mr. Zenobia, do you have Mr. Padilla, do you have anything to add right now?
I want to show you guys one of them yellow pieces of paper that said that it's approved. So I'm thinking it's approved. Because the inspector put on here approved.
Yeah, I think we've covered that. There are a number of
and then
permits that had been approved.
And then the reason,
and there are other ones that were not approved nor inspected. So There's some that have been, others that have not been.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. What would your timeline to be to complete this project?
The guys who started doing the roof, the reason the last piece wasn't put on because my neighbor, they wouldn't let them use their driveway. I get the police report for that last piece. You got to go on their neighbor's driveway, and they wouldn't let me do it. For the longest, I called the police. They said they didn't know what we could do. So, and then now, you know what I'm saying, the people that are doing so they could come in within the next month to finish that last piece. And it's the same, my neighbors, the same ones that are complaining about it, about not being done, but they stopped me from finishing it.
And that's aluminum roof that you're putting on from the looks of it with the materials.
I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I know it's the foundation. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing to be tore down. Like the fascia, the soffit. I mean, the soffit's done. The fascia isn't. And there's one piece of metal. It's the last piece. And my neighbors wouldn't let me go on their properties to finish it. That's why they stopped, and now they're busy. So, I don't know.
Well,
I'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner St. Clair.
Thank you. This is probably for, can you tell me, do we have any idea what sort of dollar amount would be required to go into escrow if this was to go to superintending control?
This is just a single-family home. I would imagine we generally look for about $10,000, which admittedly is probably a little low based on the construction, but about $10,000 is what we look for on a house like this. Certainly on Washington, it would be significantly higher, but about $10,000.
Okay. So then, Mr. Padilla, I don't believe you were in here when we were talking about the superintending control process with the gentleman before you. Were you in?
No.
Okay. Can we explain that again?
Sure.
And this is for you, so.
So, superintending control is the process in which you would file a lawsuit with the court. It would give you have 21 days from, if the commission declares it, 21 days essentially from tomorrow, by which you would file that lawsuit. It would give you the opportunity to save the house. It would allow your attorney and the city attorney with the court as a mediator to come to an agreement on the timeline for those repairs to be completed. As a stipulation for that, you'd have to put up money into escrow in case it's not completed, by which the city would have the right to tear it down if it wasn't completed in a timely manner.
I barely have enough money to finish it. I can't afford no lawyer.
The electrical has been approved. He told us to put the drywall up, the foundation, all that had to be right. There's nothing, it's not a dangerous building. It's all been redone on the inside. Brand new furnaces, brand new everything.
Commissioner Ramsey.
I am unclear on what else the HBA can do to move this project forward in a way that is beneficial to everyone. And so this is one of those situations where, unfortunately, it's gone beyond our control. So if there has not been any true communication or approval of inspections or anything like that for such a long time, how do we move the work forward so that it's not a waste of time to anyone or city dollars or time? And I feel like that superintendent control is the only way for the work to be completed in this building.
I'm the one getting fined. Every time I get fined, when it's not finished, I get fined for this stuff. I gotta go pay it. I gotta go redo the permits. How you guys losing out money? And I wanna know what's the reason for getting tore down? Because of like the looks?
I would love to respond to that, actually. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. And Mr. Padilla, it's not about the building getting torn down. We no longer have the opportunity to work with you to get the building completed. No one wants your house to be torn down. And when you reference paying fines at the city, realize that we didn't impose those.
Right. So
that is because you didn't complete your end of the bargain.
Right,
and because
exactly.
you are not showing up to represent or complete your end of the
I
bargain as a
understand that part.
homeowner in the city of Muskegon, we no longer have a choice because we no longer have anything to partner with you on.
No, you
this
got-
has to be.
Commissioner Ramsey.
You have a
You
choice.
can continue, but please direct your comments to me and your fellow commissioners.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, sorry for talking to you like you're not here, but that's not my rule. It's somebody else.
Sorry.
Yeah, show me.
Our commission rules is
Well,
weird.
I don't want him to see it as disrespectful. That's all.
He did that last time. He did that last time, going like this and all that. I expect that from him. It's all right.
Oh, okay. So, again, we have done our best to communicate and to help this individual finish the work that they are doing on their home, and nothing has happened.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey.
And then, like
Commissioner
I said, the same neighbors are complaining.
Commissioner Hood has the floor.
Sorry.
Normally, I'm all for the superintendent control. Because usually it's not, well, I'll take that back. Sometimes it is. But this is your home.
Yes.
This is where you guys live.
Yep.
Okay. And I guess someone asked the question earlier, and I take it that we haven't been back in the building in the house to inspect it again to make sure that it is still a dangerous building, because that's why we trying to tear it down.
In the property, and I'm not sure if anyone from my office who has been in the. I did the exterior on the siding, but no interior inspections.
Welcome to come in and look.
Is there a reason? Just one other question.
Certainly, Commissioner.
Is there a reason why you couldn't make it to any of the meetings or up to City Hall? I mean, to the what is it? HBA meetings.
Yeah. And the same question, I was curious as well, because we've not been able to contact you. So it appears you may have not been at the Housing Board of Appeals, but.
How you not being able to contact me if I'm getting letters, getting fined, though?
We actually do post those on the address as well, so we have been sending those letters and post.
So we've been serving notice, but we've not been able to actually engage or speak with, or
Not
get a
since
response
that.
from.
Not since
until
that
today.
August meeting. Correct.
I've been up
About
to
5 months. Okay.
I've been up to Sayville. I got a different permit for a different property. Like,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Padilla. I think our Vice Mayor German has additional question.
Yes,
or
yes.
comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, okay. Again, I struggle to see this being a dangerous building to be torn down. It's obvious that work has been done on it, and maybe without, a permit and safe built going in to and inspect it. But you can see that part of the roof has been done. We talked about the plumbing, electrical, and part of the roof. And the gentleman was just asked, did he have the money? He's here tonight, and it's a hardship, and that's what I'm seeing. Now, I sat on the Housing Board of Appeals when I first got on the commission, and I understand, and I can be empathetic because, sometimes we have to put ourselves in these positions. Just because we're in a better position now or not dealing with some of these issues, we have to look at and meet people where they are in the community. And I think me hearing these stories and understanding and seeing what the facts are here, I would be open to probably tabling this to give additional 30 days, maybe.
Sure. With respect, Commissioner German, Vice Mayor German, excuse me, I feel like staff has gone above and beyond on this property. We're talking about bordering on 8 years that this property has been, 5 years that this property has been under the city's enforcement for a dangerous building. We actually came to a special agreement with Mr. Padilla in the hopes that we could get this project completed. We've referred him to Community Neighborhood Services multiple times in the hope that he may be able to get some healthy homes funding previously. I don't know if any of those applications have been submitted, things like that. I agree with you. I think this is a slow process on purpose. It should be conducted with compassion, but at this point, I don't have any ability to complete the work and verify that the work that's been done from a building that was substandard and dangerous, the work that's been done inside has rectified that in any way, shape, or form.
And this is the first time this house building has come before the commission, correct?
The commission, correct. It's been at the housing board many times.
Okay,
I think
so now it's in front of the commission, so basically we have the authority to make that decision or to decide, you know, what it is that, if we disagree with the Housing Board of Appeals. I understand that there are some underlying issues, the process has been slow, I hear that. But for that house to be torn down, and we're looking at a resident where he said this is his home, and I think additional 30 days maybe to have him comply with the city on another agreement, and maybe this will be the last time because this is the first time that this has come in front of the commission. I would be open to that. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but I would be open. And do I need to make a motion to table that, Attorney Schreier?
If that's the motion.
Okay, well, I move to table this item for about 30 days, if I can get some support to allow this resident time and come back in front of the commission with a plan and seeing the work that has been done completed.
I support.
All right, can I get some clarity on your motion though? Because you
Okay,
say 30
okay.
days, so I just want to, so I want to make sure, one, that you're saying to table it on our end, so it's going to come back to us, not refer it back to the Housing Board of Appeals. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then, so that we have an exact date and not just 30 days out, you're looking at then perhaps our second general session in February, which would be the 28th. Which would be a little bit more than 30 days. You want to table this until our Tuesday, February 28th general session?
And just one last question. That's right. But due to the weather, we don't know how the weather is going to be. Anything, is that a sufficient amount of time for you?
I have to call the roofer guys. You know, they're backed up right now. Because of the weather and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just one piece. So if I get a sunny day, I can get them to go over there. It's just one piece.
Sorry. No. Okay.
And would that allow? Oh, go ahead.
I just want, before we proceed on discussions, I want to make sure the motion is crystal clear.
Yep.
So, you're moving to table this item for future city commission consideration on February 28th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Now we've got that motion, and you support that, Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
All right. Now we will open in the discussion on this.
There's no discussion on tabling.
Oh, on table?
The table.
There's no underlying motion to table.
Oh,
Yeah.
There wasn't a motion.
But you're tabling the action item.
Yeah.
Not
Is
a
that-
motion.
Yeah. So is that, do we discuss that? We're postponing consideration
Technically,
of this?
tabling motion isn't debatable.
But because we don't have an underlying motion, can it be discussed?
If
Is that
that's
the chair's
preference-
prerogative?
If that's the chair's prerogative,
Well, then I choose to allow discussion of tabling this. In which case, you've made the motion, so I will allow you to speak first on this motion, Vice Mayor German.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Now, 30 days. I asked, was that a sufficient amount of time for you to complete the roof?
Yep.
And the other recommendations that was brought to you before by Safe Bill. I do have a question for the inspector.
Yeah, I want to can I get a list of to make sure we're on the same
Exactly.
page?
That's
Yeah, we provided that. That's
Okay.
part of our required postings for every day. I can provide him with a new one.
All right.
okay. And make sure we have direct communication and okay.
You, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner Hood, did you have anything to add as the supporter to this motion?
As I said before, normally I go along with the I can go along with the superintendent control, but this is his house. This is where these people live, and they've done some repairs. We don't know to what extent because you have to follow policy. You got to, and then that way inspections will know, and we will know. But my thing is that's their home, and if they were doing anything, I don't want to have them put out in this, so that's my argument.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes, I'm going to support Commissioner Hood in his commentary and say that I think that this is a great opportunity that the vice mayor may have unearthed. But I want to make sure that there are some parameters around it because, as is clear in the notes, there's been 5 years of communication that have not been completed. So I think that there needs to be some super clear outlining requirements for the next 30 days. So what does that look like? And I know that I'm not a building inspector, and I don't think you are either. But you can correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Mayor. So I would like to know from Blake what needs to happen over the next 30 days so that we can ensure that when this comes back to us, that we're on the path to getting things fixed, because these people should not be put out of their home. However, we're not just talking about one piece of roofing. We're talking about 5 years of improvements and inspections that have gone unchecked, unnoticed, undocumented. So over the next 30 days, what needs to happen to get those things back on track so that they can be a part of the motion, so that when it comes back to us in 30 days, we understand what we're talking about?
Sure. We'll need new permits on pretty much the entire scope of work. All the trades that have not yet been approved, the building, completion of those. Certainly the issuance of those is one thing. We're happy to turn that around as quickly as possible. Then we need pretty much an all trades inspection, perhaps even before the permits are applied for, just to make sure that Mr. Padilla has not thrown money at something that we're not aware of beforehand. So that would be my suggestion. Conduct an all trades inspection prior to the issuance of those permits, apply for and have those permits issued, and then I'd like to see an inspection on rough-in at least on all of them, or at least whatever the next inspection would be in those lines. And assuming that that's completed, and we're as close as we apparently are, we can get a final on the schedule. I'd love to get a final inspection, get it approved, and get it off my docket for sure.
Great. So just to
Yes.
clarify that, we're looking for an all trades inspection, an inspection then on the work that's already been done, whether permitted or not, and then a timeline that we're going to help Mr. Padilla adhere to. And this has nothing to do with one piece of roofing, because it is winter in Michigan.
Sure.
So that part we understand, but there has to be things in place.
I want to know why you guys keep saying that I don't got permits to do the inside.
Because they've lapsed.
Yeah.
No, but you keep saying I don't got them.
Oh, I'm sorry, expired. Thank you.
You guys said that I've been doing work without them, though.
Uninspected work. So it's not.
That's what I'm saying. I stopped doing it because they told me to do once I'm done with it, the last one. You know what I'm saying? The last one that I have because of the roof. So everything's done in there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why you guys keep saying I'm doing work without it.
I don't think that we are. I think that we're just making sure that it's all safe and correct. So I support everything that just happened. And that gives us some parameters to review in 30 days. I don't know who has to write that down or what makes it official.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Mr. Zenobia, assuming this gets approved, this tabling to the February 28th, can you not only share with Mr. Padilla, but also share with the City Commission that which needs to be accomplished for...
Sure.
Yes.
I can share you the initial violation list, and then we will send out notice, assuming it's tabled. That comes from my office, so we send out the tabling notice.
Then you will have a firm set of expectations of what the Commission needs to see.
Yeah, I have to issue it, and I believe Chief Coastal has to sign it, so it may not be ready to pick up tomorrow, but it'll be printed tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Any other final thoughts or questions, Commissioners? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Next up, under new business, we have a First Amendment to Parkland Marina LLC Development Agreement, presented by our City Manager. Commissioners, so that we may proceed, I would entertain a motion.
Are you looking for a motion? I move to approve the First Amendment to the development agreement between the City of Muskegon and Parkland Marina LLC.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hood, supported by Commissioner Ramsey, to approve the First Amendment to the development agreement between the City of Muskegon and Parkland Marina LLC. All right, before we get the staff report on this, and then hear from the counterparty to the agreement, and then open up to general discussion, deliberation, and ultimately a vote. Just wanted to kind of give a little bit of historical background and how this came about and why we're here at this moment. So on February 10th of 2020 at a work session, it was brought to the City Commission as just like development options or opportunities. So it was the title on the work session was rather vague or not specific. However, there was discussion on the concept of what the Parkland Marina wanted to do there. Unfortunately, at that time, our work sessions were not recorded. We subsequently have decided to record and live stream our work sessions. So, yay, improvement to transparency, and that then empowers our community for accountability. Fast forward several months to December 7th, 2020. We did have a work session on this. We were in the age of COVID at the time. Maybe we still are, but we were at peak pandemic, and so we were doing Zoom meetings. And so we do have Zoom recordings that are available of that work session on December 7th, 2020, in which we deliberated on this item. And then that was on our consent agenda December 8th, 2020 for adoption, and had been adopted unanimously at the December 8th, 2020 general session. Now, at that work session on December 7th, 2020, and what was presented in our December 8th, 2020 packet as well, the focus of the city manager was our prior city manager, Frank Peterson. The focus of his memo about this item was more on the parking lot and also being mutually encumbered, and it wasn't, let's just say, not as forthright or fulsome as it could have been in terms of discussing this property. It was discussed at a work session, and we all had an opportunity, well, not all of us, Commissioner St. Clair and Commissioner Gorman were not on the City Commission at that time, but the rest of us had an opportunity to ask questions of our staff as well as the counterparty to this agreement, Parkland Properties, or Parkland Marina LLC. And we did discuss public access. Commissioner Ramsey and myself specifically raised concerns about public access and pointing to our master land use plan that speaks to preserving public access on our waterfront. And in the event public access is lost for development, that it must be replaced, or at least that's our expectation. It should be replaced. And that was made known of our expectations to preserve or replace it. Now, I do understand at that meeting, it was suggested by our then city manager, Peterson, that we could potentially replace it with the next door property that we didn't own. And so I do understand that property owner, Mart Doc, would be incensed about discussion of how their property could be used to replace public access elsewhere. So I thoroughly understand and respect that. The agreement was approved December 8th, 2020 with regard to the transfer of that property and entering into a development agreement. And then an addendum, which would have been the first addendum to that agreement, was brought to the City Commission on December 14th. And that was added to our consent agenda. I remember that day. I remember receiving texts and calls from several different people that were interested in that item. That may not have, understood what had happened a year prior, or word had not gotten to them. News media isn't covering every single thing that's happening at City Hall. Now, that item on December 14th of that general session was pulled from the agenda, so it did not get deliberation or vote. As it was explained in that item, it was that to correct some typographical errors that were in the original development agreement, as well as to authorize the mayor to sign the deed, and the extinguishment of the dedication. Now, the mayor, my predecessor, Mayor Garin, did sign that deed in March of 2021, and then signed the extinguishment of the dedication on December 17th of 2021. And now I understand there was concerns that were shared with me in the spring of last year from Mr. McKee at MartDoc about that process and the fact that an item was on our agenda and had been removed without a vote, yet was executed. And I was under the impression, considering that was pulled from the agenda, that no action was taken and there was no active agreement at that time. That addendum or amendment would have been necessary to execute it. So that's how the framework I was operating from. Mr. McKee had informed me otherwise, that the deed had been signed over, in March of 2021, and that the dedication, the public dedication, had been extinguished, signed by Mayor Garin on December 17th. There's been questions around whether that's proper or not, and I engaged our legal counsel and our staff leadership over the last year, and ended up convening a meeting with them in July of last year, mid-July, to discuss this and where are we at with this agreement. How solid is it? Is there wiggle room? I was very concerned about public access and codifying that, and I'm trying to better understand the legalities of that original contract and the process that played out. I was informed that what was signed over on December 17th by Mayor Gaughan with regard to the release of the dedication is legally binding, in that it was empowered by the agreement that the commission approved on December 8th of 2020. So even though there was a year window or difference between those two, that Mayor Gaughan was empowered, and not only empowered but required to sign that because of the agreement that had been approved on December 8th, 2020. So I just want to make that particularly clear, that Mayor Gaughan did what Mayor Gaughan was supposed to do, and so there's no questions with regard to the propriety of what he had done, or at least I have no question about the propriety of what Mayor Gaughan had done. I also do not question, as some people have alleged, that our former city manager or other officials acted corruptly or had on the take or had personally benefited. I will say this: I have zero question or concern as to whether or not Mayor Gaughan or our then city manager Frank Peterson had conducted themselves in a way for their own personal benefit or gain. I do not think that they acted in propriety in that regard whatsoever. I just want to make sure that's crystal clear. Now, out of that meeting in July of last year, I learned that basically this is a legally binding contract. What had been approved in December of 2020 is a legally binding contract that had been approved unanimously by the commission. And the property had already been transferred over. It is not our property. It is property owned by Parkland at this point. It was my desire at that time to secure public access, and so we discussed how we can go about doing that, and that was via the addendum to this agreement. I had initiated that process. I had informed Mr. McKee and Martdock that that process had been initiated. I understand, for whatever reason, they chose to proceed with their lawsuit, and that kind of upended the process to amend for public access. Now, fast forward, it was decided by legal counsel and leadership to for the motion of dismissal based on standing. And it was at that time, it was my expectation or hope that we would essentially swat away the lawsuit that was brought forward, and then we'd be proceeding with the amendment for codifying public access. That did not happen in that order. The plaintiff was found to have standing, and commensurate with that, our city manager then picked up the addendum and not only incorporated the public access, but other items that he thought was appropriate in there in relationship to the order and opinion provided by Judge Hoops. And our city manager engaged with the counterparty to that agreement, Parkland. And that's where we are here tonight. Contrary to what was alleged earlier, it is not me pushing or championing this addendum. My initial preference was to start over entirely and do away. My understanding, that's not an option. And so this is the best way forward while operating within the legal confines of our contractual obligations. And so I will then pass this to our city manager to speak to what's in this addendum and how it came about and why he's recommending that this city commission adopt this addendum.
So when we were looking at what the original agreement was back from 2021, there were some items that had been discussed, as the mayor had already mentioned, about public access that wasn't necessarily incorporated directly into the agreement. And so we wanted to make sure that the public access portion of that was maintained in this addendum as an addition to the agreement from 2 years ago. So what we did was go back and look at the language from the original SPX agreement back in the early 90s about how the public access would be maintained in the area in question that the property transfer had happened. We then went further regarding when public access will be determined in the process of the site plan review for any additions that happen on the property. And so this says that public access shall be determined during the site plan review stage, and no building permits will be issued for the project until the new public access instrument is approved by the city and Parkland. The original agreement with SPX, and then that then transferred to subsequent property owners, which is now Parkland, had a similar addendum in there where even the city's ability to use the property or add things to the property would require the permission of the easement holder. And in this instance, that had transferred to Parkland. So the 1991 agreement in Section 3A said that if the city wishes to construct at its sole cost and expense a boardwalk and fishing pier on the property, it shall seek and receive the prior approval of the SPX Development Corporation. And so that's in that same spirit with this of working with them to determine what that will look like as we go through the site plan review process. So that's why those things were incorporated into the agreement. So,
No?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'm going to. Where'd Ann go?
Yes.
Oh, well then I'm going to open it. Oh, there you are. Do we have Mr. Brooks on the line? I don't know if he wants to present out or if he just wants to be available to answer questions from the commission. But I do want to give him the opportunity to address the commission.
Mr. Brooks, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're on speaker.
Mr. Brooks, are you there? I am.
Can you turn down your sound in the background?
Does that sound better?
Much better, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rooks, for joining us by phone. We're wondering if you have anything to present or report out for the commission at this time, or if you just wanted to be available for questions. And we also have your representative, Rory, Mr. Sharon, here as well.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners and City Manager, to allow me to speak. But yes, I would like to be available for answering any questions. Thank you so much for the call-in option. I had a prearranged out-of-town commitment. But I would like to just briefly cover some points, if that's okay.
Certainly. Proceed, please.
We have a 12-year history of doing projects that we think are positive for Muskegon, and this project's no different. We look for projects that create jobs, develop, income tax for the city, develop property tax for the city, and support further downtown growth. And in this case, this one's pretty substantial in the economic spinoff area because it will generate over $2 million in spinoff to the local community businesses. We own a parallel business exactly like this in Grand Haven. So when it comes to the timing of the site plan approval, we hope to bring commissioners down to Grand Haven and see the operation so they know exactly what we do if they're interested. We did that when we developed Terrace Point Landing next door, and that was when we developed the site plan for the housing, and it seemed to be really helpful to the Planning Commission and to the city commissioners because we had a house that we could actually go into that was identical to some of those houses. And we're very excited to do this project for all those reasons, but also because we think there's a demand for it. At the same time, we totally agree with all the comments we've heard about public access. We're excited to make the public access even better than it's been in the past. And since the boardwalk was created 35 years ago by SPX, it's tired and it's worn, and we can make it nicer. And, when we did this process in 2020 at the city council, the development agreement did contemplate, and there was discussion about this. And yes, that's for sure. Mayor Johnson and some of the commissioners, they're there to protect the public access. It's not going to go away, and it's going to be better. And we have not installed any trespassing signs, and just want to clear that up. Someone made that comment. We're trying to be a good neighbor, and even when our neighbor ignored the law and cut down trees and brushed on our property a few months ago, we didn't do anything. We want to continue to be a good neighbor, and this property is basically a property that's very similar to what Terrace Point Landing was when we first started that. It's heavily contaminated. Like Terrace Point Landing, it was contaminated by, I think, Continental Motors. It has a lot of monitoring wells on it that get checked annually. This business model will continue to allow those to be monitored and continue to cap the property the way we need to. And the assessment that we had on the Terrace Point Landing, which was 11 acres, was $25,000 when we bought it and before we started fixing the contamination and capping it. And this property is about 5 times smaller. So that speaks a little bit to the value of the property. Plus, Terrace Point Landing wasn't burdened by any kinds of easement that took away any development rights, because at the time, the only person that had the right to use this was SPX back in 1987, 35 years ago. But that easement was exclusive for the use of SPX to use that parking lot, and that affected the value, and I think that's covered in your summary, and Mr. Seifert spoke to that. So the combination of this heavily contaminated property being resolved with this development, and then also the easement over the entire parking lot, speaks to the value. SPX didn't even want to own it. We became unconcerned with it because of the 1994 baseline environmental law, that past contamination from prior manufacturers at the site won't affect current owners in terms of liability. So we were fine taking ownership of it, and the city, and at the time Frank Peterson, was excited that we could do a project there. Otherwise, if you leave it the way it is, it could never be developed, and it would just be a paved parking lot, and it doesn't do anything for anybody other than parking cars. And every city around the nation is trying to reduce parking and make their properties more usable. So just in summary, we think we can make this access more superior. This agreement puts back what used to be there under the SPX agreement from 1987, and it contemplates improving the access to be better than it was back when it was put in 1987. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rooks. So, Commissioner is going to open this up to any questions that you have, either for our manager, Mr. Rooks, or any other staff or legal counsel. Commissioner Hood.
Does this agreement guarantee the public access, or is this not guaranteed in writing?
I guess I'll address that. So the last sentence under C1, the public access portion, it says the public access shall be determined during the site plan review, and no building permits will be used, will be issued. So we would know what the public access would look like after the completion of the project. In this next paragraph, it says that Parkland immediately grants to the general public the temporary right to right and license to use the same portion of property which were formerly authorized to be used for the public under the terminated February 27th, 91 document. So this continues the agreement that was approved by the city in 91, and then anything that changes on the property would have to be determined during the site plan review process, of which the planning commission and then the city commission, presumably because it'd probably be a PUD amendment, would have the ability to have the input on what that public access looks like after Mr. Rooks was to do a development. But it says in here that we wouldn't issue permits until that's determined.
Yeah, I'll get to. I just want to follow up or piggyback on that.
Oh, go ahead.
Before I give you your follow up, Commissioner Hood. So, just so you know, in case you didn't see the email yesterday, there were some tweets that were made over the weekend based upon some feedback and concerns and questions that were received from the public, and so that site plan review process has been added. And so previously was that no building permit will be issued until the public access instrument is approved by the city in Parkland. And then we added additionally, that's an internal process to build a building permit, but I wanted there to be a public component, so the public could see what's going on, give input, and it's approved publicly. And so that's where the site planning, the site plan approval process will occur when it comes, like as the manager said, when it comes to the planning commission, and then likely to the city commission as part of the plan unit development approval. So, Commissioner Hood.
I just wanted to know what will be our options tonight.
I mean, obviously you can vote to approve or not approve the amendment. If the amendment is approved, that will impact our process moving forward with different proceedings that are currently going through the courts. If we don't, then it impacts it in a different way. So,
Is table one of the options or not?
We certainly have the option as a commission to table any motion. I think in considering that, we would need to hear from legal counsel of what the implications are in terms of, because we have a timeline for filing a response to the judge's recent opinion and order. I don't know if he feels comfortable speaking on that publicly, or if that'd be his preference would be for that to be done in closed door, so that we're not what's the word? Not detrimental to pending with.
I can do it in a general, without specifics, if that's acceptable to the commissioner. By the end of this month, responsive pleadings need to be filed. That can either be an answer, affirmative defenses, adding additional parties, start discovery, gear up for the litigation. Or if this is approved, it can be reconsidered by the court as to, given these amendments, does the court's previous opinion still stand?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood. And it is the city manager's opinion, moving forward with this addendum, I think you wrote it in your memo, that this addendum incorporates many of the aspects of consideration from the judge's opinion and order, and that your addendum that's being proposed here, the expectation is it will satisfy.
That is part of the expectation. The other thing is that I believe this clarifies what the original intent of the commission was, to maintain the public access. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I should finish that sentence. So.
Yep. Public access is paramount. Any other? Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Johnson. And thank you, Mr. Rooks, for joining us tonight. Looking at this project, and I think it would be beneficial to the community, tax-based jobs, as he stated, given the fact that proper protocols were taken, that we're following the procedures. Now, the judge was brought up in this decision, and this dismissal of the city's request, correct me if I'm wrong, allowed us not to move forward with any actions or the plaintiff that filed a suit with his disagreement. Now, I have respect for both of these developers and businessmen. I always try to be pragmatic and fair about things. And given the fact that this was signed and we didn't have any public hearing or anything. Now, for legal counsel, these type of projects and when these proposals are presented for transfer of property with the city, isn't it always protocol to have public hearing? Haven't we did those with past practices before? And if not, why not did we have a public hearing to engage the public?
I guess I'd remind the commission, you approved the sale of 3 parcels tonight. There was no public hearing. It was on the agenda, and you took action tonight to do the very same thing.
Okay, but those didn't have public access, right? We're talking about something to the lake, I guess, and that's what I'm pretty much talking about, because this is what the public have a major concern about, that waterfront property, access to the lake. And I guess under the Michigan Lakes Trust, are we under that agreement with Michigan Lakes that the public has all rights for the shoreline to walk the property, have access to the lakes and stuff like that? Am I correct?
The Lake Michigan Trust is with regard to the waters themselves.
Yes.
The waters are held and owned in trust, public trust, not necessarily the land itself.
Right. And I'm talking about the water itself.
The water itself.
Yeah.
So this project, any extension into the water will be determined by the state, not the city.
Right. But if those restrictions are made and there is some restrictions where the public don't have access to, and I see the changes that's been made, and I think I would have felt comfortable if this had been done before we got to this point, and there was a lawsuit in place against the city. My feelings about this is to, and I think you mentioned this, Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong as well, to start over, but is that not an option?
So, I mean, that'd be my preference, honestly, to reset this and start back from square one. But that is not, and the city manager can weigh in as to why that's not the best route, and I think there's wisdom in his approach here as well. With regard to the public hearing aspect of it, there were public meetings and opportunities for public comment on these before it was approved. There was no dedicated public hearing to this. Now, there was an open question and about whether or not that access road or driveway, it's referred to as a driveway in the dedication, whether that is a public street and would require a public hearing for vacation of it. It was staff's position at the time that it's not a street, and it's still an open question as to whether it's a street or not a street. And basically what this addendum and my understanding from the manager is that for the sake of argument, we're going to call it a street. We're going to treat it as a street, and we're going to hold a public hearing to vacate it, whether or not it is technically or truthfully a street. Now, one caveat that we need, and it needs to be kept in mind with regard to that driveway, is that the pre-existing XBX dedication empowered their successor, which is Parkland in this instance, to relocate that driveway at their discretion. So that's another wrinkle in all of this, is that they had the power to relocate that driveway. Now, if we approve this addendum, we will be holding a public hearing with regard to vacating that street. Now, with regard to public access and easements thereon, we can, before I speak out of turn, I presume we can establish a policy or an ordinance that requires any extinguishment of a public dedication or a public easement to have a public hearing before. So that is an option, and I think we should do that. That is an option for this commission to take going forward. I think when things like this happen, we learn from them as best we can and make improvements. I mean, we've unrelated to this, we already did that insofar as publishing our agendas a week before meetings, so there's more time for the community and the commission to digest what's on our agenda. And so we made that change last year, as well as restoring our Facebook live stream to make our meetings more accessible. And that accessibility and that transparency then empowers our community to hold us accountable. And so I appreciate, while I don't necessarily love the expense of the lawsuit, I do appreciate Mart Doc for taking that on to hold us accountable and to help us learn from such developments, such circumstances, so that we can be a better city going forward and a better organization to best serve our community. Now, did you want to jump in or add anything on that?
Well, I think
before I
I think the other point that you were getting to was our conversation about being good partners on having having agreements that we've approved through the commission. Yes, there were things that we needed to tweak that had been talked about that didn't get wrapped into the original agreement originally. And that's what this is attempting to do.
Yeah, there, as he was saying, there's the importance of being a reliable partner, which had been impressed upon me over the summer last year as well, when I was like, can't we do something about this? And it's like, well, it's a legally binding contract, and certainly we could file suit and petition to reform the agreement to reflect that public access that was so important to us, but that a better approach would be to work with our partner and seek to get that addendum. And approach them congenially, not combatively, to bring that about. And there's wisdom there, because we certainly do not want our actions to suggest that we're not a reliable partner, and that could have a chilling effect on future investment in our city. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Michael Ramsey. I'm the Commissioner in Ward 3, and I am also a reliable partner for the record. I'm not going to speak as eloquently as the mayor just did. I want to thank staff for all the hard work that they did around this. And Mr. Rooks for being able to come back to the table and have conversations with us. As the mayor denoted, and so did Mr. Rooks, I was there the night that we voted on this. And it's rare that you get a second chance to do things. If I had been a more experienced and more educated man and know then what I know now, I would have voted differently. And while I think that this opportunity for our city is going to be amazing, I don't think that it's at a point that it's quite as amazing for everybody at the table as it could be. And so while we're given the opportunity to learn from the mistakes and the experiences that we've had, I don't feel that this agreement has enough clear and concise language around public access, and I cannot, in good theory, support it until it does. I think that there are some nets in here that help us and provide just enough language for it to go through, but nothing that's concrete. And because of the last year of hearing about things that aren't concrete, I can't, in good conscience, with the rest of my neighbors, support this amendment. I support the idea of what's going to come out of this opportunity, but we're not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. I just would like to give some context that with this addendum, it immediately restores the pre-existing XBX dedication, so continuing preservation of that public access. Which in practice has not been lost, and so what this addendum is being asked is that we codify in law what is reality. That that waterfront peninsula is still publicly accessible today, and we'd be codifying. So with this addendum, we'd be restoring that immediately, and then by law, restoring that by law immediately, and then a process of site plan review would be done so that you could see that specificity that you want about public access. That would go to the Planning Commission and likely to the City Commission as a plan unit development. And so there would be public hearings, public process, and you'd be able to see that specificity in the public access before signing off. And in the event that we are not satisfied with the public access outlined in that site plan review, no permits would be issued, and the existing XPX dedication stands. And so this really does preserve and protect that public access by law for us in its current version. But I appreciate and recognize and welcome the greater specificity that would be coming
It's a
through
trauma
the,
response.
the
I'm
site
sorry,
plan
but I'm accountable.
process. Commissioner St. Clair.
I have wrestled with this. I was not on the commission when this went through. I was a citizen, and I was shocked when I found out about it. There is so much waterfront that is privately owned, and so little of it is owned by the public. And I really want to make sure that we protect what is available to the community. This is difficult because the current agreement that stands is not compatible with public access. So if I vote no, then I'm still denying you public access. If I vote yes, then I'm ticking most of the people in this room off and going against what I feel should have never happened in the first place. So, have a little pity on your commissioners. This is a very difficult place to sit.
And your manager.
I understand the motivation behind this. I understand the intentions, and I believe that there is good intent. I think bad faith may be too strong of a word, but the original agreement was not fair to the community. The removing of the dedication and the selling of waterfront property for $2, even if it was encumbered and not compatible with human life, feels problematic to me. I believe that this project is going to be a fundamental change to the surrounding area, and I think that requires more discussion. I also understand that this is a done deal right now, unless the court turns it over. And I don't pretend to know how things are going to go. It does not sound like Martdock would be amenable to the agreement. So whether the judge takes that into consideration or not with his decision, I can't say. Because I was not part of this process in the beginning, I am having a hard time involving myself in it now. And as Commissioner Ramsey said, I would like to undo what has been done. I don't feel any confidence that this agreement is going to do that. So I'm not comfortable with this
Thank you, Commissioner St.
as
Clair.
much as I would like to be.
Any other commissioners? Vice Mayor German? Commissioner Emery? Yeah, Commissioner Emery, we haven't heard from you yet.
Oh, do I have to? Actually, thank you, Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner St. Clair. I absolutely agree with every word that you said. I was on the commission then. I wish that we could undo this. I do understand and accept what our mayor is saying and what our manager is saying, that it is a done deal, but I vacillate between what my neighbors and friends and neighbors have asked me to vote and what our legal counsel and our mayor and our manager has put out here for me to vote on. So I agree. I mean, I'm vacillating.
It is a challenging and like Commissioner St. Clair said, have sympathy on us or
Yes.
empathy, sympathy. It is a conundrum, and this whole process has been complex. The agreement, the addendum, what has transpired, how it's transpired. It's moving parts and multifaceted. Um, we have an opportunity to learn from it, to deploy better practices going forward. Um, Unfortunately, the bell has been rung, from what I understand, and it can't be unrung. And so we're in a situation of how do we make the best of a less than ideal situation. For me, despite my initial preference to start over, I think the city manager's proposed addendum is reasonable, and I am comfortable with it, knowing that our waterfront walkway peninsula is going to remain accessible, and that is what I think has the greatest value of all of this property. The parking lot, which is most of the acreage of the property in question, is the parkland, the successor to XBX, has an exclusive easement to that property that existed. So they could use it and enjoy it and control it. Even though the city owned it, they controlled it. And it was for their exclusive benefit. And so therefore that property has very little valuation for anybody else other than the hotel operator, which is Parkland. They have value in it, nobody else essentially, because of that exclusive easement. And then with regard to that driveway, the other component, that's how I break it up in my head. There's three components: the parking lot, the driveway, and the waterfront walkway. And the driveway itself, as part of the XPX dedication, XPX's successors, which is Parkland here, can move that driveway at their discretion, at their will. Again, undermining the value proposition of this property. So essentially, they control the parking lot, they control the driveway, they've maintained the driveway as well. It's not been a city-maintained property, even though we owned it. And then there's the waterfront walkway component. And that's what's of paramount importance to this community, and I believe to this commission. And so that's where I see this agreement immediately restoring our public's legal right to use this waterfront walkway, restoring that XBX dedication, and then creating a mechanism for any future changes to go before the Planning Commission, a public hearing, site plan review, and ultimately come to the City Commission, and staff will determine if that's acceptable for issuance of building permits. So I see enough mechanisms in there to go to the original intent of preserving that public access. And at the same time, as has been mentioned, that property is rather heavily contaminated. It's environmentally deficient, further undermining the value of that property. And so what we end up getting out of it, assuming that this project moves forward, if the project doesn't happen, that XPX dedication continues. And we have that codified protected access to the waterfront walkway. If the project does happen, what you'll see is considerable investment and development there that's going to create new taxable value. And also the property is now taxable. It had been city owned, no taxes were being paid on it, even though they controlled it essentially. Even if we wanted to make improvements to the waterfront walkway, it had to have been done in concert with Parkland, XPX successor. So even though they controlled it, they weren't paying taxes on it before. Now they're paying taxes on it, and any future development is going to increase the taxable base and value of that property further, thus benefiting our community and the programming and service that we can provide while preserving that public access. So I think that our city manager has done a good job with this addendum. Him being thrown into this, I mean, this is 2 months in, but I think our city manager has done a good job of navigating this, and I appreciate the wisdom of his addendum, and I appreciate his efforts of coordinating with Parkland on this. So that is why I feel comfortable supporting this addendum tonight. Manager?
Yeah. Can I ask a question, Commissioner Ramsey? Is there something and I don't want to get into negotiation on the bench, but is there something specific that you would like to see changed, or is it more whole cloth? Like, and if that's not a fair question, I apologize.
No, it's an absolutely fair question, Jonathan. Thank you for asking it. I just want to make sure that my feelings are conveyed in a way that other people can understand, and not just the jumble that's in my head. I want to kind of mimic what both Commissioner St. Clair and Commissioner Emery have already shared. That it's just that I can't take it back. So I want to make sure that whatever I put forward is the right thing to put forward. And I am not certain that this is it. And that is not a reflection on you or the mess that you walked into. I want to be super clear about that. But I can't make the same mistake. And so rather than leave it up to me, I'm going to push it up to someone who might know better. We do that same thing in the HBA. Ting. And that's where I am with this, because I can't make a decision, Commissioner Emery, because I know that the one we made the first time was wrong, and it was all done in good faith, Commissioner St. Clair, right? There was a huge vision that was there, and we were sold it, and it was going to be really good. But since then, administrations have changed. Things are different. And I don't know anymore what that end vision looks like, and don't trust anyone in the best way possible to tell me their iteration of it. Because until it's written down and I can read it in plain language, or have someone who's intelligent, Council Schreier, share it with me, I don't trust myself. I don't think that answers your question.
No, you're fine.
But it's where I am.
Yeah.
And so if this has to be... And thank you again, Mr. Rooks, for all of your patience with this process. So if this needs to go to court, Jonathan, for it to be figured out, then that's what it needs to be for me. And I have said from day one, I don't want this to be in court. Make this less confusing to our neighbors and to me, Michael Ramsey, and let's get this moved forward, right? Get out of the muck and do the work. But maybe I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to trust in people who do.
Commissioner, if I may,
Please.
one comment. You are the final arbiters. You are the final decision makers. The city commission, that's the job. Under the amendment that's in front of you, it comes back to you and the planning commission for site review, et cetera, et cetera. The judge is not being asked to decide what public
Nope. access is or where it is, et cetera. Right. It is simply, the court is being asked to terminate this agreement that was approved in 2020. Mm-hmm. So, with all respect, counsel, I got it wrong the first time, and I'm not going to do it again. That's my final answer.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Before I go back to you, Vice Mayor German, I'm going to, you had follow-up too, Commissioner Emery? I'm going to go to Commissioner Gorman. She hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you. I will start. I've also been wrestling this for at least the last 5 days, constantly. But I'm hearing a lot of conversation tonight about site plan approvals in the future. We'll be able to catch whatever we need to catch. And so I understand and respect our staff that has worked to get this agreement, but I do not feel comfortable relying on the future best decisions to be made when we have the power tonight in the present to make the best decision we can. I also really want to be clear that I firmly believe public and private waterfront partnerships can exist in our community. And I think tonight we've heard that it seems like Parkland Property is interested in working on an agreement to protect public access. However, this particular agreement and amendments as presented that we have right now, I believe could potentially allow reach from the private sector that would negatively affect public access to the waterfront, and does not offer us all tonight complete clarity that would allow for my full confidence, support, knowing that ultimately I answer to the people that elected me. So I cannot support this tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Gorman. Just follow up, Vice Mayor German or Commissioner Emery?
No, the legal counsel answered mine, so.
Vice Mayor German?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I concur with the commissioners and their sentiments on how they feel about this agreement. Given the fact that this ended up in court, That right there gave me indication that something was not right. And respecting the circuit court's decision, I think that really sets a precedent that we need to look at this in a way where we make a good, sound decision. I just felt that this whole process and the amendments that's being added in the ninth hour, and I understand how the new at-large commissioners feel, to come into this type of situation and make a decision based on what the community wants and partnership with private and developers and the community. For legal counsel, I guess, again, is it any way that, I guess that decision would be for the courts, if this ended up in court, for them to cancel the agreement? Is that correct?
That's what the plaintiff is asking.
Okay, yes. Now, trying to get understanding and make sure that I'm not being abstract or anything like that. If this was voted down, what would the outcome of the agreement be?
We will tee up the litigation. We will start discovery. There will be a pretrial scheduled at some point. There will be, I presume, additional parties added to this lawsuit. I would expect discovery to go 3 to 6 months probably, and we would be looking at a trial date end of 2023 or early 2024. In the meantime, the agreement that was decided, that was approved in 2020, stays in place.
And if the city didn't prevail in the case in court, then what?
The city will have, may well have, serious, significant financial risk. And if you wish to pursue that further, that's more appropriate for attorney-client privilege communication and discussion in closed session.
Okay. And looking at, from your expertise and that I don't want to see, the city being at risk like that. And to the other commissioners, my feelings is pretty much on the same lane as you all. I can't support this agreement at this time, and I would like to see the commission do the right thing and look at it and go back and revisit this. Now, this is my opinion. I'm not trying to influence you how to vote, but I would just say let's take a common sense approach and really look at the risk that's that could happen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chairman. Mr. Manager.
So just, I completely respect where you guys are all sitting, and I'm, wrestled with how to move forward with this too. And one of the objectives that I had when looking at this was trying to reinstate things as closely as we could to what they were before, without making a bunch of changes in that process, so that we could have that discussion on what those changes would look like through the through the site plan review process and things of that nature. So we mirrored the language that was very similar to the original agreement. As Commissioner St. Clair pointed out, the difference between what happens if this does or doesn't get approved and the status of the public access, considering what happened in 2021, that was the situation that I was trying to rectify when bringing this forward. And I know this isn't easy, and I don't envy where you guys are sitting in these seats or bringing this to you. But I think we're trying to move this forward in the best way possible, given what we're working with, for lack of a better term. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager. And I think this line of discussion and questioning is important so that we understand what will transpire going forward, depending on our actions here. As our legal counsel just explained, if we are moving forward, if we deny this or don't accept this addendum and we're going to court, and this is going to be a many-month process that's going to get rather costly and expensive for that process. And you could say, well, we just weren't going to defend it, and then we're subject to potential damages on the part of the counterparty to this agreement. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so to speak, in that regard. Now, it is the judgment of our city manager that this addendum satisfies enough of the issues and concerns highlighted in the opinion and order of the judge that we may not necessarily have a dragged out lawsuit. So that could save us time and money and headache with these changes. Now, short of that, if we don't approve this addendum, we don't have the public access preserved and protected. We're leaving open that risk of not having it or being able to regain it. So that's why I'm comfortable with it as it is. I understand the concerns around specificity. I recognize that we'll be able to have that exact specificity as part of the site plan approval process. That will have a public hearing and will have public votes. And that's where we, as the commission, have that power and oversight to ensure not taking action tonight, not approving this, doesn't advance us, in my opinion. It does not move us closer to that end goal. And so I understand everyone's inclination to vote no and be against this. I would just encourage you to reflect on that, hearing what our manager said, hearing what our legal counsel has said, and knowing that we have mechanisms in place in this addendum to not only immediately restore that dedication, but also crystallize that public access going forward. And another nice piece of this development, as I understand it from Mr. Rooks, and maybe Mr. Sharon would like to expound on this, or Mr. Rooks if he's still on the phone, but as part of their development is to add an additional pier, an additional dock that would also be publicly accessible. And so what we have here is the prospect of not only preserving our public access on the waterfront walkway peninsula, but also getting additional public access through that added pier, and one that you can fish from, because presently you may not fish from the XBX waterfront walkway. And so I see here as a potential opportunity where we're not only preserving public access while creating additional taxable revenue, which we all know we've got huge amount of needs in this community. We don't have, unlimited resources, and so if we can create new resources, that'll be beneficial. So preserving that public access, creating new taxable value, and expanding and enhancing public access. So I see a good amount of wins across the board here, even as we may dislike the process. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would pay $1 or $25,000 for a second pier to be added to that property, Mr. Rooks, just so we're clear. But in the meantime, is there an opportunity for us to table this in taking inspiration from our vice mayor, because we're at this spot? Can we now? Don't you let me get it all out of my head first. Can we sit down and have a work session about this opportunity that talks about where we all are at in the process? Say, so that you're not flying this alone, Jonathan. So then you're not showing up with this thing that you did for us, and then we're like, no, you didn't include this, this, and this. Well, that's our fault maybe for not sharing that with you. And so can we sit down? Can we table this and sit down and have a conversation, or have a phone call, or something that is public and can, and to understand that sometimes it's the same 10 people that show up to gripe about every single thing that we do, no matter what it is, right? And that gets old. But this isn't that. There are neighbors here who utilize and love this land, and we need to hear their voices. And so I'm not playing to the vocal minority. I want that to be crystal clear. But there is an opportunity here. And so can we table and revisit, or whatever that is, use the right words.
So thank you for that, Commissioner Ramsey. One thing before, I think we all have an opportunity, because we have heard from folks, but not, we have an opportunity to educate folks, because a lot of folks were not privy or understanding of the complexities and multifaceted nature of what happened. And so we have an opportunity to educate and inform and have people understand. But, so I just wanted to get that out of the way. Now, with regard to the potential for tabling, I do think that that's gonna, that it would be important that we confer with legal counsel, unfortunately in closed door, because it's attorney-client privileged conversation, so that we can understand legal implications of our of potential strategies going forward.
And we could do that certainly February 28th, perhaps as early as the 14th.
So not right now.
But not, no.
Oh, I thought you were saying.
No.
Closed door
No,
right
you
now.
need, I need a written, you need
Yeah,
a
written notice.
legal opinion.
Well, then I
To
would
then discuss.
I would love to do that on the 28th of February so that we have time. But I think that Mr. Mayor, you and Jonathan, I think that there's an opportunity to what the mayor said, to let the public know, like to invite you guys into a conversation so that we can explain all this to you. Because the mayor said multiple times tonight, well, we're not undoing what we did. So this is only helping for it to not get worse. But is that worth? I don't understand that. So then if it goes back to the court, as the vice mayor asked, then it has the potential to all be undone, and we can all walk away saying, whew, now we get to start from zero and build with Mr. Rooks. So I don't know about any of that. But
You said we could. We don't have to.
those are your two options from a lot of us right now.
Yeah.
Table it.
Table it? No.
At the beginning.
And the reason that I suggest the 20th of February is so that people have time to gather their thoughts, read the documents that need to be read, show up, and be engaged in real conversation that is educated and efficient and not just. That's a technical term. Sure. I can do
I
that.
second that.
I just want to understand what the implications are if we table this and deny it, so you understand how that influences what steps you take. Okay. So you're comfortable doing that publicly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perfect. So, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
As a follow-up, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Ramsey. I'm sorry.
That's fine, John.
If you table tonight, we then will file an answer and affirmative defenses by, I believe the deadline is January 30th or 31st.
Okay.
Okay. Parkland Development will need to make a decision, and we need to make a decision. Do we add Parkland as a co-defendant? Does Parkland join the litigation? I would expect that the court would schedule a pretrial conference in probably 30 to 60 days. So what will occur until the decision is made, if you make one on February 28th, is the litigation will proceed.
Okay.
You will, obviously you're gonna incur costs. People are gonna line up one side or the other. No, litigants are going to line up one side or the other. It changes thus what we do. Certainly some of the questions raised tonight are more appropriate and can be discussed pursuant to an attorney-client privilege. You need to understand your risks.
Right.
And your risks are severalfold.
So I have a follow-up question for counsel. Counsel, is there an opportunity for us to reach out in good faith to the entity that's suing us and to Mr. Rooks and say, hey y'all, can we hang out for a minute till we can have these conversations? Because clearly the bench wants this to happen. Clearly the community is concerned about what's happening there. So can we all come to the table and put a stay or a pause or something on this that says we're working through this? And if you can't tell me that yes or no right now because it's a client privilege thing, I totally understand that.
Can't answer that question because it's
Okay.
Attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, so then I would hope that in good faith that both parties that are involved in this other than the city, you know, or have some kind of claim to fame would be able to sit down and have conversations with us because that's how you do business. And that's how we did business as a commission in good faith. And hopefully that would get us there.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. I believe we have Mr. Rook still on the line, and he'd like to speak and weigh in.
If you could turn that down in the background. I'm gonna put you on speaker, okay? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rooks, you're on.
Hi, Commissioners, Mayor, and City Manager. I just wanted to speak to something that came up 3 minutes ago, and it was the reference to whether or not we'd be willing to offer any of the dockage that we build to be used as a shopper's dock and give public access along that dock for people to fish. And there would be a place where a fisherman's deck or fisher person's deck could be constructed along that shopper's dock. And I think it's the way that I was alluding to earlier to make the public access better than it has been in the past. And just in terms of the conversation relating to getting together with the party on the other side of the lawsuit, this is exactly what we were thinking. We thought we can put back all of the public access that was previously there and promise public access and even better public access, and put it on the record like we're doing right now. And of course, there's the process of going through site plan approval to do additional agreements, and it just feels like we're dealing with a neighbor who's in the boat storage business next door who filed suit against the city, and we believe wants to stop our boat storage competition and has failed to, really make us comfortable that there's a resolution, because we've offered to give all this public access back, and to the extent it wasn't properly documented, but it was talked about in previous meetings, we feel like we're doing that. So I think this amendment is perfect in the sense that it addresses each and every concern raised regarding the public access, and then it also comes with compensation, and it also better describes our plan. So I just wanted to add the commitment to that shopper's dock if we can get a permit to build a dock off of that peninsula. So thank you for letting me add that.
Thank you, Mr. Rooks. All right. Commissioners, any additional questions or final thoughts?
Just one final thought, Mayor.
Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Listening to the expertise of legal counsel and the remarks of the commissioners, and regardless of how we vote, it seems like this would end up in court almost anyway, from my perspective. And risk that we're going to take on this vote, I think for the most part of it, I want to be clear and do what's in the best interest of the of the community. So again, I'm not comfortable with this, even though it is good work, and I appreciate your work that you've done, Mayor Cyphers. But in the ninth hour, how I'm looking at it, these are things that should have been done, and way before this time. So that's pretty much all I have to say in regards to this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Any other questions or remarks? All right. I think we have legal counsel. Do you have anything additional to share?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Manager, anything additional to share?
I'm good, thank you, sir.
All right. I think we have deliberated this and discussed it enough, and I will spare you from my reiterating why I do think that this is the appropriate way forward as recommended, and the wisdom contained therein, and my comfort level with it. So, roll call, please.
Commissioner St. Clair?
No.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
No.
Commissioner Ramsey?
No.
Vice Mayor German?
No.
Commissioner Gorman?
No.
Commissioner Emery?
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Moving on. Commissioners, do you have any other business? Commissioner Ramsey.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk. It's okay.
I was hanging up.
Yeah, no, so that's what I wanted to talk about. I love our new option for the call-in, right? Am I to understand, just through observation of my own ojos, that you are using your personal cell phone and holding a speakerphone option up to a microphone to have those people communicate with us?
Getting there. This was the first time.
Okay,
We've
so
added
that
a
is
lot of new stuff.
so that is the workaround, and there is a sustainable method for this. Okay.
We've like
I just wanted to
learning a
make
lot of
sure
new
because
stuff.
so the reason that I'm highlighting it is because this room was standing room only earlier when you threw that phone up there, and I was like, oh my gosh, people are going to have so many questions about why is Ann using a cell phone and holding it to a microphone. But that's just the interim. There is a sustainable workaround that we are doing with eScribe, correct? Wonderful.
When,
And-
when we learn this, yeah.
yeah,
so we
no,
added new things.
I just wanted people to understand because
I
that's
think
something
everybody
people
could
will
hear
say.
really well, though. I thought it was very.
Yeah, no, great job.
Yeah.
All the kudos in the world.
We'll get better.
Yeah.
We'll get better.
And
All
just-
the kudos in the world.
Just for the record, it's not her number that's on the screen. It's
Yeah,
it's a
just
city
wanna
hall
point that
number.
out.
Well,
Yeah.
it's okay because my phone number is on all the screens. So, I mean, you
I
know.
heard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Great job.
There's still
no,
four of
yeah,
us.
there's- no. Oh yeah. There is. Sorry. Yeah.
Any other items for any other business? All right. We are going to.
You know, Mayor, I think our communication director wanted to make an announcement. If she could do that now, that'd be very good.
Yes.
Great.
Our new communications and engagement manager, Deborah Santiago Sweet. Welcome.
Hi,
Good
thank
evening.
you guys. I will be very brief. I just wanted to remind and invite everyone that we have 2 community events coming up within the next month. The first one is tomorrow, which is the Downtown Muskegon Annual Report Meeting. That is Wednesday, January 25th from 4:30 to 6:30 at Downtown at the Block. You'll see results from downtown development in 2022 and what's in store for 2023. There is a networking event and light refreshments for that. And then we have a public meeting scheduled for Thursday, February 2nd here at City Hall from 5:30 to 7:30. That is regarding the Harshorn Village, Adelaide Point, and the Harshorn Marina. So those are invitations and open to the public for everybody. Those events are on our Facebook pages and on our website. Happy to answer any questions. And for the public meeting, there is an online forum where you can submit any questions ahead of time to make sure those are answered.
Excellent. Thank you for highlighting that and sharing. Thank you. All right. We're going to open this up to public comment now. First up, we have Mr. Steve Thompson joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes for your remarks. Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no problem. I wouldn't want to be in your seats tonight. That's a disaster. I will say I would have liked to have seen the city come with a written agreement with Parkland to all these. That might have helped smooth things out if you'd sat down with John. Parkland and his competition, both, they've done a lot of good for Muskegon. They're here to make money, I know that. But I don't think their intentions are to screw us over, but I would have liked to seen you come in and say, we have this written agreement, and this is what, right here in writing, no matter what happens. Because this public access is a big part of why we took my entire life savings to buy a house at downtown Muskegon here, moved here 4 years ago this week. To lose that SPX pier, to me, that was a big blow. My wife and I, we bike, we walk. That's a lot of the attraction in downtown Muskegon. All the exciting things that have happened. We don't go to Heritage Landing a lot because of all the events there and a lot more people there and the cruise ships coming in and out. you know, SPX Pier has been our place of choice to go down and look at the lake. So it's a disappointment. Like I say, I was really hoping to see you come in tonight to this meeting with a signed agreement with John Rooks that this is what we can do to guarantee all this. That there's going to be a place for a handicapped person to park, that there's going to be a path wide enough to get a wheelchair and a person side by side at the same time. And the thing that got us to this point, I know, you know, a couple of people here can't really be blamed. The rest of you we're all on the city council. I think so often we deal from a point of desperation to get development in Muskegon, and you know, the state and the feds have invested $88 million in this lake in the last 20 years, and there are statistics that prove, you know, what's going to happen to the values of the property within a mile of the lake, not just along the lake shore. These marinas, these developments are going to happen whether or not we give them everything, you know, because they're going to make money. So, you know, quit dealing from a desperation standpoint. We have something everybody wants to be part of now. And my last note is Hartshorn Marina and all the problems it has. My family has a big background in marinas, including the fact that the in and out service at the Wharf Marina that John talks about was my mom's idea, and she was a manager at the Wharf Marina when that was built. So, Marina, my kid's mom, my wife that passed away, she was in the marine industry also. There's money in the marine industry. I don't understand why Hartshorn is not profitable.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
We don't have the audio working on that.
There we go.
But thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate you joining us tonight.
Yeah, no.
Next up, we have Creighton Goins, I believe, joining us from the Oakview neighborhood. Welcome. And Mr. Dawkins. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Council. There's an issue with the zoning ordinance for special land use that I would like to make the Council aware of. Part of the special land use ordinance provides for marijuana micro businesses, designated consumption establishments, Class B recreational grows, and temporary marijuana events, but not for a processing license. But by default, if you allow a micro business is allowed to process its own byproducts, make concentrates. So on one hand, the ordinance says if you're a micro business, you can process, but all other licensees are excluded. So we feel that that is an error in the zoning code, and we would like to see that processing be allowed for other license types in the special use zones.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goins, for joining us tonight and sharing that. I believe our planning manager here.
No.
Well, our development services director, our planning manager's boss, is here, so he can take your input into consideration and relay that to our planning manager for potential consideration being brought to the commission for possible changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And Open Gates of Grace, and that's Renice Starr joining us, operating out of the McLaughlin neighborhood. And speaking on behalf of Open Gates of Grace, you have up to 10 minutes for your remarks.
I won't take that long. It's been very interesting. And I would first like to say to the commission, I really appreciate you all of you. I've had an opportunity to meet with some of you guys earlier today, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and Mayor, and gave me a good perspective on how you feel about things, how you make some decisions. And your job is not enviable, it's very difficult. And so I would just like to tell you guys that you're doing an awesome job, and especially with this Parkland situation, you're in quite a quagmire there. I'm a real estate broker, so I kind of know those things. And it's not wrong to say I don't know and I don't feel like this is something I want to make a decision on. And so it's okay, you know. And I think, though, you guys will get through it. I think that addendum was awesome. It just needed some updates. And I think you guys will get to that. But anyhow, I'm here today in regards to an article that I saw. I guess, do I speak to you guys? Regarding $6 million that the city of Muskegon was going to use ARPA funds for the parks. And within our ministry, we own several houses and rentals, and we really specialize in low-income, affordable housing for people, you know, with rents as low as $400 a month, with all utilities included. I don't know if you can get that. When we saw that, that kind of made us cringe, because we know that with the people in the community, not only for homeless people and extremely low income, but across the board, there are many people who are displaced. I've been a Muskegonite all of my life, and I'm in my 50s. And I've never seen a situation where I see so many people living in hotels because they cannot obtain affordable housing. Not here. You know, you see that in New York, LA, larger cities. And I really want us to reconsider the fact that we're kind of almost there at giving $4.5 million to the parks. I want us to reconsider that and think about how that would affect our community as a whole. It would be really nice to have a nice park, but when you're in a situation where you don't have anywhere to lay your head. I spoke with a family today, a young family. They literally lost their children because they're homeless. So their kids don't care about a park. They care about a place to lay their heads so that they can move back in with mom and dad. And so we're getting this situation where across the city, people are struggling. And we want to see some of that go back to the community. I want to see this administration get in alignment with what the state of Michigan is doing. Governor Whitmer, she created this program, and I'm sorry I don't have my readers on, so I can't even read my own handwriting, that she calls it, she signed a bipartisan bill, that's what she did, called Building Michigan Together, which includes an ambitious goal of building or rehabilitating 75,000 housing units within the next 5 years. And why I think that's really important, I kind of saw some of these families and people that were on the dangerous building list today, and how we don't understand some people are literally going to lose their houses because they don't have the money to bring it up to code and put thousands of dollars in paying contractors or what have you to fix their house. When I wonder what's more dangerous, them trying to use that same money to tear their house down or them living in the streets. And they probably may have had children, maybe not. And those children living on the streets. We got to think of these types of things and trying to maybe funnel more monies. In fact, I heard a commissioner say, hey, why don't you talk to the economic director? Maybe there are some grants. And that's why we should think about that, to maybe funnel this money instead of I'm not saying the parks aren't a great thing, but to take some of those funds to give back to this city because people are hurting. Another thing I saw is that with HUD, I know in this city, I'm really excited about all the great things you guys have done with the, with the waterfront, with building all these new houses. That's been an awesome thing. And the economic director knows, I told him, it makes me excited and proud to live in Muskegon, okay? But when we did that, we took $5.275 million to produce 40 new homes of those ARPA funds. But did we produce anything for those making under the amount needed to purchase a new affordable home? I mean, I don't know, but what I do know and recognize, did you put it up there?
Oh, she wanted that.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't say it.
I was giving it to you to go on. Yeah.
Oh, nope.
Yeah. Is that in our city, the per capita rate of income is $17,000 a year. That means when you divide all the wealth in the city of Muskegon, we each only get $17,000 a year. And as a math teacher, I kind of broke that down into what it is a month, and you'll see it's approximately $1,400 a month. So what we call affordable housing today is that we've done for the city and used some of the funds for. The rents are going to be $1,200 to $1,700 a month. That's more than what many people even make. And we're talking about the majority of people in the city of Muskegon. Even at our median income, we're at $36,000 a year. That's about $3,000 a month. Okay? We can't afford a $260,000 home of those 40 homes that were built at $36,000 a month. I want to see, instead of us putting those $4.5 million, which probably equal close to $6 million, because we've already given over $750,000 towards the parks, nearly $6 million to the parks, more than what we've even given towards affordable housing, and use that money to build our neighborhoods, to build our city, and to make it more equitable. There is one of these great commissioners, and he always talks about, and I always ask him, tell me what it is again. He'll say equity, well, no, he'll say diversity, equity, and inclusion. And with what we have done so far, I don't know how diverse those houses were, in regards to race that people got. But I know that it was not equitable or inclusive for those making even the median average income in our city. Right now, an average price of a one-bedroom apartment is $1,200. Mm-hmm. But SSI income, Social Security income, is $914 a month. We got over 5,000 people in the city of Muskegon that's on Social Security. Or the county, I believe, I'm sorry. This is not equitable. This is not inclusive. I would like for us, and I'm not going to hold you long, let me see, to do more. And that's all I got to say. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Starr. Is Ann Vandermullen still here? Yes. Welcome, Ann, joining us from Roosevelt Park.
Oh, no.
Mine is not the same as all theirs. Again, I'm going to talk about abuse of power. About 2 years ago, I wrote a Facebook comment to Tracy Lorenz. I asked him, I said, Tracy, please tell your friend Rod Schaub to complain about the sculpture down at Pear Marquette for me. He seems to know a lot of people. I signed his petition to keep the trees at Pear Marquette. Please ask him to reply to me. Thanks. And Tracy wrote back, Rod Schaub is not my friend and in fact despises me. I made a call. The trees aren't going anywhere. I have to wonder if the trees were saved because of the petition I signed or because of Tracy's call. If it was because his call, it's kind of scary that one person has that much power. No one person should have that much power, and if someone does have that much power, they should never misuse their power in a negative way. Nobody with a lot of power should use it to intimidate anybody else or use it in any negative way in a workplace or otherwise. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Vandermolen. Next up, we have Jamie Cross joining us from Nelson Neighborhood. Welcome back. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to actually come back up, but when we were talking about the deficit with Hartshorn Marina, a little light went off in my head in terms of the small boat basin, because the small boat basin is part of Hartshorn Marina, and we have 43 proposed slips that are transient slips going in, so I'm just, the light bulb went off. I don't think we even talked about the small boat basin when we were talking about the deficit, so something's coming that will help cover that. I just wanted to mention that.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Cross. And finally, we have Maria McIntosh speaking on behalf of Threads and joining us from the Jackson Hill neighborhood. Welcome. And you have up to 10 minutes speaking as a spokesperson for your group. You have up to 10 minutes for your remarks.
Out of my thing I was in, but first of all, I want to say thank you to the commission for allowing us to speak, to the mayor, the vice mayor, and also to the city manager and his team. So I wanted to share with you well, actually it's a video, but you're going to listen to it as an audio clip. But it was an audio clip that President Nixon had recorded a conversation after one of the United Nations. And I just think that is really relevant to the point that I'm going to make afterwards. Now, it's in no way condemning to anybody up here, but it's from a position of how we feel as community members. So, let me get to the actual, because it's a little bit. So the first part, if it comes off, might come off in French a little bit, and then it'll go over to English. So.
Did you realize there is not, of the 40 or 45, you're at the United Nations, black countries that are represented there, not one has a president or a prime minister who is there as a result of a contested elections. My God. There aren't any. Right, yeah. There aren't any. Yeah. Let's take Haiti. Haiti's right our neighbor here. I'm not saying that blacks cannot govern. I am saying they have a hell of a time running the place, but the Africans just can't run things. They're so kind and so nice, and they're children. Yeah. Children. Yeah. Huh? You know? And they always want something like children. Oh, God, yes, they want. Well, what can you do? I know, but what I meant is it's so childlike, the childlike faith. And, of course, a lot of them are crooks, but we have crooks, too.
So, the point of that is, so from our org, so we're going to give like a little bit of history on us, but as community members, so for example, for our organization, we have evolved to, initially we started off to just fight the negative effects of gentrification as a result of the rezoning efforts in the three neighborhoods of McLaughlin, Angel, and Jackson Hill. And we have since evolved to a point to not only fight the negative effects of gentrification in those particular areas, but we also have evolved to be a voice, a trusted resource within the community that helps people within the Black, Indigenous, and Latin communities, the minority majority Black, Indigenous, and Latin community of Muskegon County, have voice and significant impact and strategy into decisions that are made, not only within the county, but within areas that concern them. The third area is that we have evolved to, in dealing with gentrification, we have evolved to work to resolve the racial wealth gap, which is one of the main reasons or one of the main contributors to gentrification and things like that. So over this last year and a half, Threads, we initially started off as Coalition 3-in-1C, 3 Neighborhoods, 1 Community. In the evolution of things, we expanded to the organization Threads, which focuses on the basics, the basic threads of what we should be working on as a community, not the tapestry, not the extra stuff, but the basic things that we all need and we all should be supporting. And then 3-in-1C to make that more inclusive of not only the 8 minority majority areas of the city of Muskegon, so the 8 minority majority neighborhoods, if you're taking full account of the BIPOC, and then the city of Muskegon Heights. We wanted to make sure that people when they come to the table, that they're informed and that they're able to voice their opinion and that they're able to have a seat at the table. Over that last year and a half, we've hosted a forum to educate people on gentrification. We've all hosted a subsequent release of the documentary Priced Out that showed people what gentrification actually looks like for a community. And then thirdly, we commissioned Northeastern University to complete a study on our behalf on what we should be as a community, asking our city, our developers, and everybody for in terms of what they're asking or what they're trying to take out of our communities. So in all of that, some great things have come with the city. I mean, from all of that and all that ruckus, you now have you now have a Miss Sweet that deals with community engagement. However, what's really sad is that over this last year and a half, the community that's spiked all of this, nobody has reached out. And to be honest, several members of the commission won't even call us back. How can you represent us? Because everybody has an equal vote. So how can you represent us regardless of what area you're over and not respond to the community? You cannot create programs and not include us. And so as a community, when going back to that clip, that's how members within our community feel like you all feel about us. Now, we don't want to believe that, but the history has shown that, do you really truly trust our opinion? Do you trust us to govern, to really have significant input? Not just make decisions for us. No, we have something to say. We're a part of this community, and we deserve to be at the tables. But yet, it appears that decisions are being made, people are being hired, things are being developed behind closed doors, and no member of our team has been contacted. Now, in this last year and a half, we have had a steep growth curve. We have went from a coalition to a nonprofit.
Some of you, not all of you, were at our community, at our Investment with Justice release. Our board is second to none. Our chairman is 30 years plus CFO of West Michigan Shoreline Development, managing millions and millions of dollars. Dr. Nesberry is one of our board members. A former mayor, Mrs. Smith, is one of our board members. Mrs. Gloria White Gardner, who ran the Urban League for at least 15, 20 years, she's a part of our board. We have evolved, probably in areas so that far reach many of the people who are sitting on the commission in such a short period of time. And it's hurtful that you all have not engaged us. We've sent a few letters saying that we're open to it. No response. So no significant response, I'll say. So what we're doing is our next event, many of you and also council of the city of Muskegon Heights have received our next event, which is Rap with Your Rep. It's a community vision board party. And it's going to be catered by Country Kitchen. And the whole goal of it is to bring the city people into one place, the people who are making the decisions, and have the community have an opportunity to have an open dialogue and be able to talk and explain things. Because it's a miscommunication, a lot. But then also we feel marginalized as well. So that gives us an opportunity to talk and then come up with some solutions. And then we also want to let you know that from a Threads point of view, over the next week and a half, you as a council, as a commission and as the city manager will be receiving some direct requests from us as to what we need as an organization to help with our community. And so I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak, and I thank you, and we look forward to working with you as members of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nesbitt. Appreciate you joining us tonight and your ongoing engagement. And I'll see you at the Rap with Your Rep.
What's the date on that?
All right. Anyone else? I think that's it for all the forms I have. Yes. Mr.
I know nobody up here wants to hear me talk, so I'll just talk. I'm one of the 10 people who says a bunch of stuff all the time, but it's because I care, and I gave up my family, hanging out with my family this evening to sit here and say it. And what Steve said about development downtown, and
Sir, can I get your name?
Derek Olson, 2016 Estes Street. We do not need as a city to beg for development. What we need as a city is to understand what the people who live here, I heard the young lady here talking about Threads, it's a bunch of people who are from here who need this community to continue to support us and to do the things that we want to do. And we need some of these developers sometimes. Of course, we need big things to happen, and we want this money to come, and we want to see things that work for everybody. But these things that have been happening and that continue to happen are not those things. We don't feel like they are. The people who live here don't. We feel discommunicated and we feel disconnected with the decisions that are being made. And we need to put the brakes on so much of the development that's happening so that we can understand where are we going. What is the future vision of the lakeshore? What is the future vision of all of these neighborhoods and the communities? I see so much new construction, but they're houses that I know that most of the people who I am friends with in the community can't afford. I don't know where these people are coming from and who they are, and you know, I think it's great. I think it's great to continue to grow, but what about the people that are from here? And what about the people that have spent generations cleaning up this lake like my family has? Generations. My grandfather sat on this board for 26 years. The bridge at Heritage Landing is named after my grandpa because of the service that he provided this community. And I'm really passionate about it too. And we need to make room for the people that are here. And we need to hold these developers accountable to not taking our public property and not saying to hell with your bike path and we want to put these boats across there and it won't be a big deal. it is a big deal to us, and that's why we're all here all the time. And I was so happy to see the group of people that were here tonight, because the more people that are in this room, the more opinions that you get to hear, the better. And so the thing that I wish could happen is that I could have a conversation with you about this. Whenever I come up here and speak at these city commission meetings, it's always weirdly one-sided, and you never get to have any dialogue. And I hope that we can find ways, Rap with Your Rep is a wonderful idea, to get a bunch of people together and say, can we chat about something for a few minutes, instead of these strange places where we come and just get to say one-sided and then you don't really respond. And so I'm happy with the way things are going. I'm looking forward to the meeting about Hartshorn Village and Adelaide Point on February 2nd. And I hope that in the future, whenever there are decisions that are of importance, that a lot of people are going to show up, whatever it may be, that we can take some time. Let's not rush. Let's take the time and hear what everybody has to say in a discussion setting. And so thank you so much for voting with your consciences tonight. I really appreciate it. I love when you disagree and when you all have your own opinions, because I appreciate all of them. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the audience wish to give public comment before we wrap? All right, and entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Moved. Support.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair to adjourn. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Thank you. Take care and be well.
Bye.